are the essence in facing challenges and fulfill hopes. Intellectuals play the most significant role in the creation of frameworks for future sustainable development. This is the pledge of Universiti Utara, Malaysia. Management is the embodiment of Universiti Utara Malaysia UUM. Management that is based on thought and intellectual, where art, science and craft meet. At UUM, the holistic educational ecosystems is not merely to produce alumni, but to lay the foundation for future leaders. Emphasis is given to the advancement of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, IR 4.0. The world sees UUM as an institution of higher learning, equipped with a state-of-the-art facilities, smart campus enfolded by nature. UUM champions the voice of its students. It is the voice of future intellects.
So as a student graduating, especially from Universiti Utara Malaysia, which is actually the management university, we need to make sure that they are actually equipped with all this proficiency.
If you look at the world now, people are talking about sustainability, go green. So UM is in the right place, greeneries, and the environment is certainly very conducive to get the students to learn and to absorb knowledge.
Research and innovation by its academic fraternity are undertaken with seriousness, not merely to fulfill the academic requirements, but to be at the forefront in shaping the industry. More than 100 million ringgit worth of research grants invested, and more than 7,000 academic publications in the field of management and business produced in the last 5 years. Facilities and amenities provided feature the latest in smart technology, complementing the tranquility of the lush green campus surroundings. First-class infrastructures within the exquisiteness and splendor of nature showcase the education ecosystems at its best.
The facilities, the environment, actually creating individual or students who have holistic skills from the perspective of academic, professional, as well as the social skill.
We believe in developing students holistically that can serve the society and country as its future leaders with the highest integrity and professionalism.
I'm actually happy to see how exactly Universiti Utara Malaysia have evolved itself to become a highly ranked university.
Universiti Utara Malaysia, over the past 3 decades, has earned its own place by providing the highest quality of education and is marching forward towards achieving greater success and greatness. With the various awards and accreditations received, the future is certain and bodes well for the university. The royal patronage with the Kedah Royal House indeed provides vital publicity for the important work done at the university and allows the enormous achievements and contributions to society be recognized.
UUM is a unique environment where the emphasis of the university is not just purely on academics. In this case, academics, sporting excellence, spiritual excellence, and by then, I guess we could live up to our motto of Ilmu Budi Bakti.
I love UUM, and I'm proud to say that I graduated from UUM.
UUM is the jewel valley of the North Malaysia.
Universiti Utara Malaysia, the eminent management university.
Imagine this. Your future university is the pioneer of higher education institutions in Indonesia. An Islamic university that welcomes all interested citizens, a place where you will learn the beauty of diversity while still faithfully adhering to Islamic values. Imagine this. You are able to experience international education in an international university with global recognition. Study programs are accredited and certified by various countries such as Japan, Korea, England, and the USA. A place where you explore science through 8 faculties and 48 study programs that you can choose from. Where you can weave your dreams while enjoying collaborative adventures with global scientists. And broadening your horizon through national and international partnership programs. Imagine this. You can pursue higher education in Indonesia in a private university that has a lush and green environment. An excellent university that is tirelessly innovating in various fields. A place where you can learn freely, whether surrounded by calming trees or inside the buildings, online or offline, beyond the classrooms, unbound by distance and space. All is provided to nurture you to become an active and innovative generation with diverse perspectives, which in turn earns appreciation. Imagine this, your future university supporting you to become an intellectual who is not only academically profound, but also spiritually insightful. The best private university that still strongly believes in academic freedom, encouraging you to express yourself in an era of fierce competition where contributions to problem solving are much needed. Its academic staff, as well as 107,000 alumni, have proven their worth, becoming ulil albab who are able to integrate science and Islamic teachings for the development of various sciences. Imagine this, your university is located in Indonesia's very own city of education, a city with a wide diversity of stories and cultures waiting to be discovered. Universitas Islam Indonesia is a university that is truly Indonesian, standing side by side with science, culture and art, creating a harmony of beautiful colors. Now stop imagining. It's time to realize your aspirations. Are you ready? Because here at UII, we are ready to show you the way.
Now we are going to listen to the opening remarks by the Vice Dean of Religion and Student Affairs of Psychology and Social Culture, Dr. Herman Felani, the Chairman of webinar. To Dr. Herman Felani, the time and screen are yours.
Thank you very much, Jemima and Akbar. Can you hear my voice?
Loud and clear, sir.
Thank you. So firstly, I would like to clarify that I'm not the dean from the Religious and Student Affairs, but I'm here. I'm in charge as the chair for this event, this cooperation between UII and UUM. So firstly, I would like to greet everyone, the Honorable, the Dean or Deputy Dean from SCIMPA, UUM, all of the lecturers, our speakers, Dr. Mohamad Fitri, Muhammad Haris, and then Mr. Iwan Awaluddin, Ph.D., and then I also have Professor Dr. Syamsul Bahrin Zaibon and Dr. Zaki Habibi, everyone, students, staff in UUM and UII. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, it's really an honor to be here to have you all in our event this morning in the international webinar on cultivating values with creative media. We from Universitas Islam Indonesia is really honored and really happy to work with Universiti Utara Malaysia together to foster more activities, academic activities that can stimulate and also can improve our effort to cultivate the values that is now getting more and more challenged by the globalizations, by so many aspect disruptions and the pandemics and so on and so forth. And creative media could be one of the strategy or the medium that we can use. We from the communication department and faculty of psychology and sociocultural science and SCIMPA UUM, we have the same vision and we have the same interest that we will use creative media to be one of the tools to promote cultural and also values, moral values that we think is important to be upholded in this, especially in these current situations. So it is really an honor for me to have all of the speakers who will talk about various aspects. And I know that I learned that from UUM, Dr. Syamsul and Dr. Fitri will talk about national culture policy in Malaysia, and Dr. Zaki will also take the case of the situation in Southeast Asia about the creativity and also about the values, and also Dr. Iwan, who will also highlight about the dakwah media. So I would like to thank you all of the speakers, all of the committees for all of your hard work. And we would like to thank you all the team from the UUM for the very great cooperation. And it is our opportunity to use this platform, StreamYard, and I'm happy that it's uploaded and broadcasted live from the Facebook page of UUM. And also we use our platform here in Indonesia TV from Universitas Islam Indonesia. So I wish you all a very nice webinar, and I hope that we can really get the benefits from this event. And congratulations to all of the committees for doing this event to make it happen. And it's really nice to see the MC wearing traditional clothes today. That it means that we also try to maintain our cultural identity as part of the cultivating the values. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, by reciting Basmalah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, let us start our international webinar today, and have a good day, and see you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Herman Filani. Actually, Mr. Herman Filani is one of my favorite lecturer back then because yeah, he can make the class like so fun. Okay, now we're going to transfer this session to Dr. Azrina Abdul Razak as the moderator in this first session.
Okay, let me read the brief CV of Dr. Azrina. Dr. Azrina Abdul Razak is a lecturer at the School of Creative Industry Management and Performing Arts, SCIMPA, Universiti Utara, Malaysia. She held a bachelor's degree in English from Pennsylvania State University and master's in film studies from University College Dublin. Her career as an academic already spans over 20 years. She had taught and supervised students at both the undergraduate and postgraduate levels and has co-written several English communication modules and textbooks used for both on-campus and off-campus undergraduate programs at Universiti Utara, Malaysia. Her research interests include second language acquisition as well as communication in creative economy, creative arts, and film. Currently, she is exploring the impacts films have on student engagement and learning in the classroom. To Dr. Azrina, the time and screen are yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum, and thank you very much, Jemima and Akbar. Welcome, everybody, to the international webinar jointly organized by UEE, or Universiti Islam Indonesia, and UUM, with the theme Cultivating Values with Creative Media. I will be moderating the first session today. But before I get started, I would like to go over a few items so that you know how to participate in today's event. You will have the opportunity to submit questions to today's presenters by posting them on the Facebook page or the YouTube channel. You may send in your questions at any time during the presentation, and we will collect these and address them at the end of the presentation. And this will be addressed at the end of the second presenter. All right, so our first session is by Dr. Muhammad Fitri Haris, entitled Ethnomusicology, Making Islamic Popular Music. And the second session will be given by Dr. Iwan Awaluddin, Yusuf, on communicating new creativity in the digital disruption era. So without further ado, let me introduce to you the first speaker of the session, which is Dr. Muhammad Fitri Muhammad Haris from UUM. All right. Hi, Dr. Fitri. How are you? I think you're still muted, Dr. Fitri.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. All right.
Okay.
Let me just introduce them to you first. Yes. So Dr. Muhammad Fitri bin Muhammad Haris is a senior lecturer at the School of Creative Industry Management and Performing Arts, UUM. He received his Ph.D. in musicology from the University of Nottingham in 2019. And he has been involved in the industry for 19 years and is the founder of the Nasheed group called UNIC in 2002. His solo singing career started in 2010, and he has received numerous awards such as the ASEAN Awards in 2021, crowned champion of Gema Gagavanza 2. He won the Youth Icon Award by Perkit in 2011 and Best Nasheed in 2003. Apart from singing and his academic career, Dr. Fitri is also the founder of Nia Tencent Empire Sendirian Berhad and acts as the product spokesperson, motivational speaker, composer, and producer, TV and radio presenter, as well as actor. Wow, that's a lot. And now he's our special guest, and let's welcome Dr. Muhammad Fitri bin Muhammad Haris to give his presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for our moderator, Azrina. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. First of all, I would like to thank our organizer, cooperation between UEE, Unislam Indonesia, and Universiti Utara Malaysia, specifically in the School of Creative Industry Management and Performing Arts. Azrina already introduced me, so for whoever join this webinar, you can call me Fitri. That's more friendly, you know. If you have any question, you can drop at the comment box, and I will read it and I will try to answer based on fact and knowledge that I know. I want to share my slide. Today I will share about ethnomusicology and focusing on Islamic music. And I will conduct this presentation in both language, in English language and Bahasa, because part of my material in Bahasa. So hopefully we can understand, because Indonesia and Malaysia, we have almost same language, inshallah. What's the most important things? We can get something from this presentation and can give back to community, inshallah. Okay, let's go to my first slide. Okay. Okay, have you seen my first slide? This is the title, Ethnomusicology, Making Islamic Popular Music in Malaysia. From this topic, I know maybe part of us not even familiar with terms of ethnomusicology. It's basically from two words, ethnic and music. Okay, and we combined we combine these two words, become ethnomusicology. And what is actually, it's not ethnomusicology. If we see the title, Making Islamic Popular Music in Malaysia, we know about Islamic, but how about popular music? We know about music popular, but how about popular music? Okay, so today I will present all about this and explain more in details why we need to know about this, inshallah. Okay.
Dr. Fitri Haris yang lebih 18 tahun berkecimpung dalam industri nasyid tidak asing dalam kalangan penggiat seni.
Diam-diam berisi dan baru-baru ini pensyarah Pusat Pengajian Pengurusan Industri Kreatif dan Seni Persembahan Universiti Utara Malaysia itu melancarkan hasil kajian mengenai industri nasyid yang pernah mencetuskan fenomena di Malaysia.
Kajian bertujuan mengenal pasti punca irama nasyid tidak serancak dahulu, dibuat melalui kolaborasi antara syarikatnya Niat Entertainment dengan Kementerian Komunikasi dan Multimedia. Kajian dikongsi menerusi program bersiri This is Nasyid bersama Dr. Fitri Haris yang mula ditayangkan di saluran YouTube Fitri Haris Official bermula 18 Disember lalu.
Adalah legasi ilmu. Maknanya kita nak berselaraskan pemikiran anak-anak kita dari sekolah rendah, sekolah menengah, IPT, nasyid yang sebenar itu apa, supaya tidak ada kekeliruan lagi. Bila keliru tu yang nasyid tu dia berada pada, dia stuck pada satu tahap tu, dia stuck. Kenapa? Sebab keliru. Ni nasyid ke? Taklah, ini pun macam nasyid, ini macam nasyid, muzik macam nasyid. So dengan framework ni, dengan kajian yang saya buat ni, hopefully dapat memberi penjelasan yang sebenar apa itu nasyid.
Hasil kajian juga bakal dibawa ke peringkat antarabangsa dan telah siap untuk dibukukan.
Baik, Masya Allah. Okay, from the video, it's clearly mentioned that my previous research that I received grant from the Ministry of Communication and Multimedia Malaysia. I conducted a research to overcome, to solve the problem in the nasyid or Islamic music in Malaysia. Why? Jika kita lihat ya, in early 1990s, especially in 1996, is a nasyid group called Raihan. Okay, it's very become phenomena. Okay, on that time. Even until now, nasyid group Raihan still hold the most selling CD or cassette in Malaysia until now. Okay, not Siti Nurhaliza, not Search, not Iklim, not Slam, but Raihan. But what's the Raihan concept actually? It's a nasyid. Okay, it's a nasyid. Lagu-lagu nasyid, lagu-lagu ketuhanan, lagu-lagu religi, Islami dan sebagainya. Jadi saban hari, when time to time, the industry looks nasyid tidak lagi popular, terutamanya di Malaysia, tidak lagi popular. Even di setengah anugerah awards, for example, anugerah bintang popular, anugerah industri music Malaysia, the category of nasyid or best nasyid group dibuang, okay? Dibuang begitu sahaja. Jika sebelum ini ada anugerah-anugerah yang melibatkan lagu nasyid tetapi tidak ada lagi di Malaysia. Jadi nasyid ini perlu bersaing bersama dengan muzik-muzik yang lain, rock, ballad dan sebagainya. Jadi disebabkan itu diberi amanah oleh Government of Malaysia to conduct this research. So today I will present a little bit what is actually the result. Okay, first of all, if you talk about music, we talk about Islam. It's a two separate identity. Okay, jika kita lihat satu persatu, what is actually Islam? Okay, Islam itu adalah agama, religion. Okay, di dalam Islam itu ada banyak, ada fiqh, ada ibadah, ada tasawuf, okay, ada muamalah dan sebagainya yang mana we follow the Sharia compliance. Okay, but what about music? Okay, music actually is a vocal or instrument sound or both. Okay, it can be vocal, it can be instrument, and both combined in such a way to produce beauty of form. Okay, harmony and expression of emotion. Easy to say from the sound. For example, if we clap our hand, this is the sound. But if we form beautifully in a certain music note, it will become music. You see, from the sound, the clap sound, we can turn into music. Okay, that's the basic we need to know. Okay, because sound is different, music is different. So, bagaimana? Ya, persoalannya, bagaimana music ini ingin diislamkan? Adakah ianya sama sebagaimana kita, ya, mungkin di luar sana yang non-Muslim ingin masuk Islam, diislamkan begitu? Adakah music juga begitu? Perlu kalimah syahadah dan sebagainya? Jawapannya iya. Sebagaimana lumrah seseorang itu ingin memasuki Islam perlu mengucapkan kalimah syahadah, begitu juga music. Tetapi bagaimana pembawakannya? Pembawakannya tiada Tuhan yang disembah melainkan Allah dan Nabi Muhammad itu pesuruh Allah. Jadi bagaimana music ini diislamkan? Yeah, easy to say that we need to follow, yeah, the Syariah compliance. Apa yang Allah perintahkan, apa yang Nabi ajarkan. Jadi tidak jauh beza di situ. Okay? Jadi sebab itu pentingnya, ya, untuk kita memahami dua konsep ini dan penggabungan dua konsep ini bagaimana ia menjadi Islamic music. After this, I will show you the result from the research that I conducted before. They have people say from the maker perspective. Maker, I describe as a singer, composer, music producer, sound engineer. Okay, so from them say that there's no Islamic music terms. There's no Islamic music term because you cannot mengislamkan music itu. It's very interesting finding. I will show you later. Okay, and when I mentioned about, when I brief about the definition about Islam, about music, I would like to share this article from JAKIM. JAKIM is really Jabatan Kemajuan Islam Malaysia, the organization, government organization that conducted all about Islamic things in Malaysia. Okay. Okay, this is the garis panduan hiburan di dalam Islam. If you can see here, this muzakarah jawatan kuasa fatwa MKI kali ke-68 in 2005. Why 2005? Okay, because in this time, on that time, nasyid in Malaysia growth and become phenomena. And in early 2000, if I'm not mistaken, 2001, when nasyid group called UNIC, they come out with a set of song, an album, and they use multi-instruments, includes guitar, guitar and flute. Okay. Before that, we have Raihan, we have Brothers, we have Hijaz, nasyid group. Mereka ini tidak menggunakan alatan-alatan bertali dan bertiup. Jadi perdebatan itu berlaku di dalam ilmu. Okay, di dalam ilmu terutamanya berkenaan tentang fiqh, hukum hakam tentang hiburan di dalam Islam. Jadi disebabkan itu ada satu muzakarah berlaku di Malaysia untuk menentukan apakah sebenarnya kedudukan hiburan di dalam Islam. Jadi kita lihat di sini pada dasarnya Islam mengharuskan hiburan kerana ia menjadi sebahagian daripada fitrah kehidupan manusia. Okay, ini berdasarkan kepada hadis Rasulullah SAW yang diriwayatkan oleh Aisyah radhiyallahu anhu yang bermaksud, sesungguhnya Abu Bakar masuk kepadaku sedang di samping ada dua gadis hamba daripada orang Ansar sedang menyanyi dengan menyanyi yang dinyanyikan oleh orang Ansar itu, orang Ansar pada hari peperangan Bu'ah. Aku berkata, kedua-dua orang ini bukanlah penyanyi. Abu Bakar berkata, adakah di rumah Nabi ini terdapat seramai syaitan? Sedangkan pada hari ini adalah hari raya Aidul Fitri. Rasulullah SAW bersabda, wahai Abu Bakar, sesungguhnya setiap kamu ada hari rayanya dan ini adalah hari raya kita. Jadi ada banyak lagi dalil dan juga nas yang membantu untuk menerangkan bagaimana kedudukan hiburan ataupun muzik di dalam Islam itu sendiri. Kita saban hari mendengar ada yang memperjuangkan muzik itu haram. Okay. Tetapi pada dasarnya ketika mana ayat yang diturunkan oleh Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala itu tentang pengharaman hiburan ataupun hiburan dalam Islam itu, kita perlu lihat tentang tafsiran yang penuh. Bagaimana? Kerana ayat itu diturunkan ketika itu mereka berhibur dan hiburan itu didampingi bersama gadis-gadis yang mana melibatkan maksiat dan sebagainya, dan juga satu lagi melibatkan arak. Okey, gadis, wanita dan juga arak. Jadi disebab itulah pengharaman itu berlaku. Jadi hasil jawatan kuasa fatwa ini memandang dari segala aspek, iaitu Al-Quran dan juga sunnah baginda Rasulullah SAW. So diletakkan di situ, even Syekh Yusuf Al-Qaradawi juga mengatakan bahawa muzik itu pada dasarnya adalah harus. Okay. Pada dasarnya adalah harus kedudukannya. Jadi ia boleh jadi haram, and it can be permissible and it can be prohibited. Okay. So how? Bagaimana? Jadi jelas di sini bahawa bagaimana pembawakan muzik itu berlaku di dalam sesuatu majlis. Mungkin kita perlunya pengasingan antara penonton lelaki dan wanita. Dan juga mungkin ada juga satu ruang untuk keluarga. Jadi ini adalah garis panduan yang boleh kita ikuti. Okey, baik. Ini serba ringkas ya, berkenaan tentang bagaimana JAKIM, Jabatan Kemajuan Islam Malaysia, memberi garis panduan kepada pemuzik-pemuzik, pada pengkarya about entertainment in Islam. It doesn't matter, music, film or anything else, as long as you follow this the guideline, the Sharia compliant guidelines, it's very important. Especially when you want to come out with Islamic product, Islamic message, film, drama, etc. Okay, now saya sudah berkongsikan tentang very theoretical theory about the definition and what we need to understand about Islam and music. Now I would like you to join me, okay, to listen and to watch a few songs regarding Islamic music, and we see what is actually the difference and what we can take from the video that I will show to us later, inshallah. Okay, this is the first song we like to share, and we can hear, we can see this is from Raihan Nasheed group. It's very well-known Nasheed group. Even if you look at the many journal or academic paper, a lot of academician or scholar take Raihan as their case study. Okay. This is a song called, the title is Sesungguhnya. Semua permata dirasa lautan, sesungguhnya walau ku siram dengan air hujan dari 7 langitmu, namun cinta Okay, this is from Nasyid Group Raihan. If you can see here, this song is actually is from their first album in 1996, from the album titled Puji Pujian. And this song include in that album. In 1996, Raihan not use the guitar or the alat-alatan bertali, but in this 2019 version, they use bertali. Why? Because the evolution, you know, the evolution of knowledge, the understanding, okay, from the many perspective, okay. What I can say is actually music, not just music, okay, all around us, okay, we evolve. The development happened with the knowledge. When the evolution of knowledge happens, we can learn more and we can understand more in details about anything. Okay, now let's go to the second songs. This is Iwan. Iwan in Malaysia we call as Iwan Dangdut. You know, in Indonesia we have a Roma Irama, if I'm not mistaken. Dangdut is very popular. So this Iwan, let's watch this video first. It's about prayer, solat.
Tunggu sebentar, solatlah dulu, tunaikan cepat kewajibanmu sembahyang fardu di awal waktu, ikut sunnah Rasulillah. Tunggu sebentar, solatlah dulu, rapatkan.
Okay, this is from Iwan, and now I would like you to focus on this one because it's very important about the terms or the definition about nasheed in Islamic music after this. Okay, and the last one, this is very, very hardcore. Called it's very rock metal. If anyone from here who not used to listen to rock songs, this is Islamic song, but in a rock genre.
Musuh telah menyerang kita dari berbagai arah. Bagaimana kita menghadapi serangan dari mereka? Kiri kanan atas bawah, depan belakang semua kita mereka serang. Apa kekuatan yang kita ada untuk menghadapi mereka? Bersedia. Beritahulah.
Okay, this is from Al Farabi band. This band from Malaysia. Not very popular, but a friend of mine. I would like to share actually today, not to promote, but actually to show the alternative music from our society give to, especially to Muslim community. Okay, this called this song title Rijalullah. Okay, Rijal is teenagers, if I'm not mistaken. Rijalullah. Okay, it's like the youth army in Islam. Okay, tentera Allah. Okay, baik. So, we watched a few video. Okay, we watched a few video, and we already discussed about the definition and where is actually music and Islam, how they combine. Okay, now I have a question for us to think. So where is Islamic music in the field of academic, especially in Southeast Asia now? In what school? If somebody want to learn about entertainment in Islam, about music in Islam, where it belong actually? We talk about music, we talk about fiqh, we talk about Islam. In Malaysia, it's clearly, if we talk about entertainment in Islam, we need to find the data, the info from the Islamic study school. Okay, we do have a music school, we do have a music department, but why we not put this Islamic music or nasheed in music school or music department, or merge between music department, collaboration between music department and Islamic studies? Okay, why it's very important? Why I come up with this question? Because if you talk about dakwah, we don't want to give a positive message, dakwah only to the Muslim community. We want to penetrate to a non-Muslim, community, non-Muslim people, how they think about Islamic music. Why? It's very important. Because this is a part of dakwah actually. Okay, part of dakwah. They need to know what is actually Islamic music, because when I study in the UK in 2013 until 2018, I'm quite surprised when one of the student from the music school, undergrad student, asked me, "Are you sure they have a music in Islam?" As I heard that in Islam, there's is prohibited. Music is prohibited, because one of my friend from Middle East told me that he cannot go to the club. He don't want to listen to music. Even if you recite your holy books, Quran, cannot use the melody, etc., because it's haram, it's prohibited. Okay, so what's our responsibility? Okay, this is the question that I already asked myself. Why don't we put music, Islamic music, into a new, a new department, new school, and we can create a module, to give more understanding about music in Islam. Okay. How about the terms? Okay. Have you even heard about nasheed? Yes, of course we heard about nasheed. How about Islamic music? Yes. How about qasidah? Yes. How about zikir? Yes. How about popular music? Maybe yes and maybe no. Okay. How about na'at? Not really. Okay, na'at. Okay, na'at is actually in Southeast Asia, is popular with qasidah. Okay, na'at is actually is qasidah. It's a poetry, it's poem to praise Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay, and popular in Bangladesh, India, Pakistan. That's why before the video that I shown before, there's a video from Ustaz Zahid, that's from India, Pakistan, from Pakistan. It's like qasidah in Southeast Asia. Ya Hanana, Ya Hanana, Ya Hanana, Ya Hanana. Okay, so the terms itself actually it's so many terms compared to other music genre. If rock, they call just rock. Okay, if dandut, they call dandut. But in Islamic music, Islamic popular music, we have so many terms. Okay, so I always ask myself, di mana kedudukan muzik Islam ini sebenarnya? Nasyid ini adakah satu genre? Adakah ianya satu industri? Okay, industri nasyid ke ataupun muzik nasyid ke? Kan? Ataupun industri nasyid ke? Sebab jika kita, if you want to talk about nasyid as a genre, it's unfair because in nasyid itself, they have their own genre. For example, we have pop nasyid, we have dangdut nasyid, we have na'at nasyid, we have zikir nasyid, we have qasidah nasyid, we have rock nasyid. So where actually nasyid, kedudukan nasyid itu sendiri di dalam industri muzik, sama ada di Malaysia ataupun di Indonesia itu sendiri. Jadi ini yang sedang saya usahakan, dan insyaAllah pada bulan hadapan bukunya akan keluar. Okay, buku akan keluar untuk menerangkan di mana kedudukan nasyid dan bagaimana nasyid ini ataupun Islamic popular music ini berada di dalam komuniti kita. Baik. From the title, Ethnomusicology, some of us might ask, what ethnomusicology? Okay, I already explained a little bit, but we go one by one. Musicology. Okay, musicology ini adalah satu terms yang mana digunakan di barat, okay, di luar negara, di barat, tentang bagaimana untuk mengkaji muzik dari sudut pandang the West ataupun art music. Okay, atau lebih mudah dikata the study of music. Di dalam musicology itu ada banyak. Okay, antaranya ada composition dan satunya adalah ethnomusicology. Ethnomusicology ini merangkumi segala social process in order to understand not only what music is, but what is meant to its practitioners and audiences. So that's why Islamic popular music or Islamic music or nasyid I put into ethnomusicology. If we put ethnomusicology, automatically we talk or we debate or we share, we give information from the perspective of music school. That's why I put ethnomusicology in my title. I want us to understand. We always debate, we always sharing about the Islamic studies school perspective. But today I want to talk about ethnomusicology. We need to remember, when it comes to academic debate or academic information, some of the university from non-Muslim country did not recognize Al-Quran and Hadith as a reference. Okay, as a reference. So what we need to do, what I should do, okay, so I need to interview the Muslim scholar, the Islamic studies scholar, the Islamic expert, to come out, okay, the point or the info, okay, from Al-Quran and Hadith. We cannot directly quote or take a reference from Al-Quran and Hadith. Okay. Okay. Now, masih ada masa ya, Azrina. I still have time, right? Okay. Okay. Ini adalah hasil data yang saya perolehi apabila saya conduct an interview session with more than 40 respondents from the maker, from the composer, from the singer who involved directly in Islamic music or nasyid in Malaysia. Okay, what they say about the definition about nasyid and music Islam. Ada yang mengatakan nasyid itu datang dengan mesej yang baik. Ada yang kata muzik Islam itu positive music. Or di Indonesia, you have a mupos or music positive. You have a music religi. Okay, and ada yang mengatakan muzik Islam itu universal dan nasyid duduk di bawah muzik Islam. Ada yang mengatakan nasyid tidak memakai alatan bertali dan bertiup. Nasyid hanya zikir, yang lain muzik Islam. Jadi pelbagai jawapan ataupun data that I have that I had from the previous research I conduct. So this is one of them. So from this, saya mengkaji, dalam research saya mengkaji bagaimana, kenapa nasyid ini semakin merundum popularitinya. Mengapa? Jadi salah satu jawapannya adalah kekeliruan. Okay, the confusion about what is actually nasyid. Jadi bagaimana image nasyid itu, bagaimana lagunya, bagaimana sama saja penyanyi ini Siti Nurhaliza pun ada menyanyi lagu selawat. Jadi Bang Fiz itu penyanyi rock itu pun ada nyanyi lagu selawat. Jadi apa bezanya nasyid dengan yang lain-lain? Jadi disebabkan itulah saya terpanggil untuk membuat kajian ini. Okay. Jadi kita pergi kepada simple ataupun sebahagian daripada hasil kajian yang saya lakukan. Jika kita lihat what respondents say, what is actually nasyid and Islamic music. Okay, 70% from 40 more than 40 respondents say that nasyid and Islamic music have two different meanings. Okay, and nasyid and Islamic music are the same. Okay, 29% from them, and 1% from them said that the term Islamic music does not exist in Malaysia music industry. And even this is from 1% from the respondent, but the person who said this is very influential person in Malaysia music industry. Okay, now we go with the terms nasyid and Islamic music. From the Malaysia context, nasyid come first and Islamic music, okay, come after nasyid. Okay, what I'm trying to say that if we talk about Islamic music, we talk about na'at, we talk about qasidah, etc. In Malaysia, okay, from the research that I conducted, nasyid is like a parent, okay, it's a man, and under nasyid we have Islamic music, we have na'at, we have qasidah, we have zikir, therapy, we have etc. Okay, in Malaysia. But how about the Europe? Okay, the worldwide context. Okay, it's different because Islamic popular music will come first, and nasyid is under the Islamic popular music. Okay, this is from literature review that I read, and don't be surprised if I mention here the nasyid terms commonly used in a few countries only. For example, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Turkey. Except not include the small country like Singapore, Brunei. But if we look at from the Europe perspective, UK, US, Canada, they don't call it as a nasyid. They call it as Islamic popular music. Okay, because they put the Islamic popular music or nasyid ini into from the music perspective, music school perspective. Okay. If you can see here, what is the major different between nasyid and Islamic music? Okay, nasyid a traditional, modern, and fusion, okay, rhythmic songs, and a message that follow the Sharia guidelines and conveyed by a nasyid artist. This is nasyid definition from my research. What about Islamic music? Islamic music, a traditional, modern, and fusion rhythmic songs, is same with nasyid, a message that follow the Sharia guideline, same with nasyid, but conveyed by other than nasyid artists. Okay, this is the definition between nasyid and Islamic music. Now, the question, how we define nasyid artist? Because the only different, the definition here is nasyid artist. Okay, nasyid artist, a Muslim individual or group of musicians, okay, sing songs containing a Sharia compliant message, fulfill the basic element of being a nasyid artist. Okay, this is nasyid artist, and the women's voice not count as aura, Okay, I have a question. I got a question from a press before. How about a female voice? Is that aura? No, no, no. It's aura. We can't have a lecturer, a woman lecturer. We can have a teacher lecturer, a female teacher. We cannot have women who work with us because they cannot speak if their voice as aura. But it's will become haram or prohibited if the women use their voice to sing with the intention to seduce, to encourage lyrics that do not follow the Islamic rules is prohibited in Islam. Okay, now we go for basic element for nasheed artists. This is very important from the data that I got from the research conducted before. The most important thing, okay, conveyed by a nasheed artist must cover their aura during singing and daily activities. This is the guideline. Dr. Fitri, how we want to know they cover their aura in daily activities, okay? But this is the guideline. We can see from the social media, and the matter of individual responsibility. Not wear a jewelry intentionally that is against Islamic law, and etc. Okay, I would like to share about image. Okay, what the image of Islamic music or nasheed? Okay, I still remember when 2004, if I'm not mistaken, when I start sing a nasheed song with my group UNIC. One of pioneer nasheed, a very well-known nasheed, questioned me. You cannot, as a nasheed artist, you cannot wear jeans. Jeans, seluar jeans, seluar jeans color biru itu. You cannot wear jeans if you want to become a nasheed artist. It's wrong. It's wrong. You cannot wear something that follow the Western style, coat, etc. It's wrong. You need to wear jubah. You need to wear kurta. You need to wear kufi. Kufi, kopiah, or songko. You need to wear those kind of baju ataupun pakaian. Okay, but from the research that I conduct, actually, the confusion between religion and culture is very important. Okay, we need to differentiate between religion and culture. Okay, because Islam told us just to cover our aura. It doesn't matter. Okay, whether you wear coat or t-shirt or jeans. Okay, it's enough you covering the aura. This is the beauty of Islam. Okay, so this is the result, the finding from the research that I conduct. So I want to close my presentation, Azrina, for 1 minute.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much.
We need to do a cross-field research for music and Islam, because we can see a lot of things that we can see, from the religion, from creative industry, non-Muslim knowledge, and we need to tell outsider, for example, especially for non-Muslim, Islamic music is not a executive music, just for Muslim. Okay, for non-Muslim, they need to know the beauty of Islamic music. So I think that's all from my presentation today. So I pass to my friend Azrina. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Fitri. Yes, it should be spread towards all of mankind, right? Yeah, the beauty of Islam and the values of Islam, right? Yeah. So hopefully this is your quest, yeah, and hopefully more and more schools would open up and have this cross-disciplinary research being undertaken. Yeah. So thank you so much, Dr. Fitri.
Thank you, Azrina.
So stand by, yeah? We're going to have our question and answer session at the end of the talk given by our second presenter. So let's now welcome our next speaker. Yep. Our next speaker is Dr. Iwan Awaluddin Yusuf. So let's welcome Dr. Iwan.
Dr. Iwan.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Dr. Aziana. Nice to meet you today.
Nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you too.
We had a brief
How are
session.
you?
Brief session.
All good?
I'm good. I'm good.
Wait, let me try to share my screen.
Yeah. Let me first
Give me a
introduce
few minutes. Sure. Take your time.
you. Yes.
Yes.
All right. So Dr. Iwan Awaluddin Yusuf is going to present on communicating new creativity in the digital disruption era. And allow me to read his short bio. A Ph.D. graduate of School of Media, Film and Journalism, Monash University, Australia, Dr. Iwan Awaluddin Yusuf is a full-time lecturer, writer, blogger, and researcher in journalism, gender, digital media, and a superhero in pop culture. Apart from teaching in the university, Iwan is the Chief Officer of Malaysian Radio in Jakarta. He is also an active researcher for the Center of Media and Popular Culture and the Media Regulations and Regulators Watch, which are located in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Dr. Iwan has won several research and writing competitions, such as Session Best Presenter in the World Conference on Media and Mass Communication, METCOM, in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia in 2017, second prize winner of the Indonesia Media Research Awards and Summit, IMRAS, in 2015 by Indonesian Association of Publishers, and top 5 best paper in the Conference on Media Communications and Sociology in 2014. Iwan's popular academic works can also be seen because they are also being published in online, okay, in The Conversation, Right Now, OZIP, Republica, Kumparan, and as well as on podcasts in SBS Radio. So let's welcome Dr. Iwan.
Dr. Iwan.
Thank you, Dr. Aziana. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me today, this remarkable occasion. Thanks Department of Communication, Universitas Islam Indonesia, and SCIMPA, Universiti Utara, Malaysia, for the invitation. To be honest, I wish I could meet you all in person instead of meeting online over and over again. I hope I can visit UUM in Kedah, Bukit Kayu Hitam to be exact, right? The campus location. Anyway, the best thing we can do now is hoping and praying that pandemic is over soon. Amin. Also, thank you very much, Dr. Azrina, for your lovely introduction. Please just call me Iwan. It sounds better to me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, today I'm going to talk about hybridization of Indonesian music video on YouTube as part of my overarching topic, communicating the creativity in the digital disruption era. Does anyone see my slide? All right, I'm trying to. All right. My topic today is hybridization of Indonesian music video on YouTube. Why I use new creativity in my title, in quote and quote. It is simply because new is actually super fluid definition. We can argue whether something is really new or just a refinement of existing old ideas. As Simon Reynolds said in his book Retromania, as you can see here on the right side, pop culture is an addiction to old past, meaning something new today could be very soon being old, and old entity could be refined as new stuff later. In terms of media studies, we are not using new media concept as frequent as before, but digital media instead refer to the era we are living in today. Generally speaking, digitization have promoted the rapid flows of global media content, even though the consequences may differ in dimension and degrees. Here we often blame the digital disruptive innovation, with its radical changes to any existing aspect of our lives. At the same time, the term like user-generated content, user-generated platform also opens more opportunity for everyone, for us, to experience a global encounter and communicating our new creativity, including in the music production, the topic that I'm going to discuss today. As we already know that YouTube, the largest online video hosting service in the globe today, provide huge space for people to exchange their ideas and creation. One example of the use of YouTube as a means to share creative work is hybrid music. So, this is my topic today, hybridization of Indonesian music video on YouTube. To help me elaborate this topic further, I will introduce you guys 3 musicians who are pretty prominent in Indonesia, especially among YouTube users. First, gamelan, who cover famous songs with Javanese gamelan instrument. They are combining local and global context and giving new interpretation for the songs. Second, this is the legend, Didi Kempot, the master of Campur Sari, the Lord of Broken Heart. He blasted from the past and present today through online and offline performance. And the last but not least, DJ Alfie, the rising star. He has complete skills articulating his creativity as a DJ and videographer, cinematographer. So making his music blends the traditional and modern elements. Before we dive deep into their respective creative works, I'm recalling the framework of hybridization I used. First, as Peter said, that hybridization is an unended process of cultural amalgamation. So amalgamation, mixing, blending is the key to understand hybridization. A process of trans and local cultural mixing. We can simply say that everywhere, everything gets more like everything else. The space in which the world's culture merge. Okay, let's talk about gamelan. This is a band from East Java, Jawa Timur in Indonesia. They contest the global and national music industry by covering a number of Western songs in Javanese language. Not only Western song, to be exact, there are a lot of songs, but mostly they were popular with Western song cover. And they are arranging musical accompaniment for gamelan instrument. It is clear that covering song is not new thing. There are tons of music cover on YouTube, but we have to admit that media technology in this digital age makes song covering more convenient, and it is easier for everyone to share their video or songs they created. Gamelan song, in this case, demonstrate the adaptation and appropriation of outside influences through the use of technology, contribute to increasing cultural diversity, which in turn enhance the stronger local identities. So later we can approach a question: how does the cultural appropriation advise our perception on Indonesian music actor in response to the exchange of words culture? So I have to show you his work to make you more understand, to getting broader understanding of this hybridization. I would play you not in a full song because it takes time. So you are welcome to visit his own channel. This is Nelongso, means miserable, adapted from the very popular song from Fast Furious movie entitled See You Again, sang by Wiz Khalifa with Charlie Puth. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Nelongso.
Aku nelongso buat tinggal lungo ora nyungko yen awakmu wis ra ono nang awakmu sing ngerti aku saiki kon wis ra ono hatiku nelongso Jauh dia ketemu pirang-pirang tahun kalau ketemu di zaman SD aku wis melu ibu pindah ke Jone hampir semua baru Jauh aku bisa hilang banget pas bendino tulanan bareng aku nelongso buat tinggal lungo ora nyungko yen awakmu wis ra ono dan tunggulah aku.
Okay, Gamelan not only cover Western song, they also covered, for example, some famous song. I would give you an example, Kun Anta. I guess every one of you heard this song before. I'm going to refrain. Okay, and this is popular song in Indonesia, big hit few years back, Dina Salam. They also cover this with the Japanese language. Okay, and this is the last example of his work, Ruang Rindu, in Japanese, translated into Javanese. Gamalawan sing this song by using a Javanese language and a Japanese language at the same time.
Utami teta aisiri kotowo osorete ita neseke dodo kue tekolango omongono wae kabeh tak tempo opo anane mripatku meremlan atiku ngucap njoning kangen.
Alright, the complete version, please visit their YouTube channel. Okay, by watching those videos, short video clip, we can see that Gamelan works move beyond just cover or parody. It is promoting new interpretation of the song. For the song itself, Gamelan put new story using Japanese language. The story represent common issue in Indonesia, such as poverty, such as bucin, you know bucin, like love victim, something like that. Budak cinta in Indonesia. This is a very popular term today. And gamelan also use recording music and mix in audio recording studio, of course with a limitation, but the quality of the production is pretty good. It's easy to get the quality of the sound. For the video clip, gamelan video clips involves local talent. They represent rural area as the location setting to reflect the real atmosphere of Indonesia's village. Also, they insert Indonesian and English subtitle of the lyrics to cater wider and global audience. In a global and local nexus, gamelan provide a practice of cultural hybridization and cultural identity. Gamelan as a prosumer itself, referred by Henry Jenkins, they are consumer taking and producer remaking of media content at the same time as a part of their creativity. Alright, the second case study is Didi Kempot. He was an Indonesian singer and songwriter in the campur sari, a genre of blending Javanese and modern music. He's often referred to as godfather of broken hearts for performing songs that relatable to his fan, sad love stories. They say the fan base called Sobat Ambiar, sad girl, sad boys. I was fan in the past time called Compoter. They say love is real and the pain is eternal. Oh, well, let's see how fans involved in Didi Kempot performance as a part of their nature habit. This is not just because they meet their idol, but the fans, they translate the meaning of the song to their life. We can see this is the acts of Sobat Ambiar, sad boys especially. I would Okay, someone give him a bag to lay down. Well, this is the example of how Didi Kempot fans really engage with the song. Not only for boys, but also in different video clips. Didi Kempot present us Campur Sari 2.0. The Campur Sari is originally identical to the music of rural people in the past time, but no, it's gaining attention to a broader segment. Didi Kempot blasting from the past and reach a younger generation that will deem a distance with this kind of music. Didi Kempot fans help him and his music to be a trending conversation on social media. And this is the point where Didi Kempot and his music can reach out a group of audience that otherwise will stay in distance, because Campur Sari is pretty much all this type of song, right? And Didi Kempot and his fans also combine mixing the potential of online and offline technology. online and offline performance. During the pandemic time, for example, he held a fundraising online concert and gained 5 or 6 billion rupiah, 6 miliar just only by performing a short concert and fundraising. For me personally, I have an emotional connection with Didi Kempot, not as a die-hard fan of him or I am a sad boy member. It's not. I'm familiar with his songs, particularly when I was finishing my undergraduate thesis about 20 years ago. I listed his song in my Winamp player. I also have some CDs of Didi Kempot. I heard his songs in a bus, in a local radio or a TV station in Yogyakarta. I met him, you can see here on the right side. I met him once a few years back in his hometown in Solo, Central Java. I have also published a number article of Didi Kempot about him. And it is sad because last year, I'm taken aback when he passed away. I was so sad. This is my obituary that I have published about him. Yeah, I have written obituary on Didi Kempot. It is published in Kumparan. Well, he has gone now, but his professional works, his songs, eternal, I believe. Okay, let's moving to the DJ Alfie Ref. You can find his channel on YouTube with the Alfie Ref channel. His real name actually is Awaluddin Al-Firori. He mixed EDM, electronic dance music, which well known before as rave music in America. In United States, rave music, but now it's no longer popular. We are replacing EDM instead, the rave music. He was once experiencing controversial cover, especially for Indonesian anthem that generated public critics, but at the same time, he got big applause. He mixed EDM, videography, cinematography, sometimes with animation, with element of Indonesian culture, landmarks, nationalism, patriotism. This year, he just redeemed his controversy by releasing a Wonderful Indonesia. The video itself on YouTube has gained 27 million views, making him a successful YouTuber, auto-rich YouTuber. Let's watch his masterpiece. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Wonderful Indonesia. Again, I will not play this in full version. You can visit his own YouTube channel.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born, the nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace, with a million timeless treasures, with an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Soleram, 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 anak yang manis, anak manis, janganlah dicium, sayang kalau dicium, merah hati pipinya. Tarik peluru, mana di mana ada kambing saya, anak kambing ada di pohon waru.
Bangsa Indonesia dengan menyatakan kemerdekaan Indonesia. Hal-hal yang mengenai kebijakan.
Okay, you can again watch a complete version on his YouTube channel. DJ Alfie has a successful example of how he combined new instrument, new elements, and his awareness, his concern that foreign culture erodes local custom, local tradition. He responded to it by reputed popular music arrangement, by inserting visualization element of Indonesian culture, as you can see before, landmarks, Indonesian landscape, Indonesian iconic landmark, nationalism and patriotism, including the proclamation of President Sukarno. He insert the quote of it, the footage of proclamation. YouTube act as his vehicle to circulate his hybrid cover version. Well, hybridization in the digital disruptive era is highly related to participatory culture. There are collaborative elements and active participant on it. In this sense, the contribution of member of interaction really matters and feels some degree of social connection with one another. New breeds called prosumer, like fans of Didi Kempot, like fans of Gamelan, and also the artists who collaborate with DJ Alfie. The power of participation comes not from destroying commercial culture, but by riding over it. In details, by creating a hybrid and uploading music video on YouTube, Gamelan, DJ Alfie, and Didi Kempot, supported by his fans, have played the role of prosumer in the participatory culture. Member of this culture is actively contributing by sharing their creation, their knowledge to be used by other member. We are the netizen. We are the YouTube user. We are the social media user. Gamelan and Alfie's works also indicate that covering a song is not just copying and borrowing practices. It tends to go beyond just reperforming or reproducing a song. They put the new interpretation, the new aspect on it, like cinematography, like new arrangement on it. Again, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, since my topic today about communicating creativity, I stress out that digital music video is a creative medium of communication. We can see that the use of technologies like compositing, motion control, morphing software, and other digital special effects, it is important to create a new organization of time and space. Artists also use music video to project their personas, their message, and the musician itself use music videos on YouTube. They use digital algorithm to extend their range and attract attention. Talking about attention, I have to spotlight that attention is new gold of digital era, as Michael Loboyko said. So you have to get attention to be popular, to be successful in digital disruptive era. Yeah, I have to mention this other special figure apart from those three figures I mentioned before. I would mention Alibata and Voice of Baceprot. This is very unique approach to audience, since Alibata is a purely talented fingerstyle guitarist with no gimmick, no drama. It's very simple instrument. He just playing his guitar and everyone love it, everyone appreciate his skill. So he just combining his skill purely with digital online media. And who is Voice of Baceprot? This is the group band, consists of 3 girls that perform his metal music in hijab style. And this is not just common girl band. They doing European tour today, this month, and next December Europe tour 2021. If I have time, I will play this example of Voice of Baceprot works. It's very engaging. The best song is God Please Allow Me Play Music. This is a kind of social critics for everyone that blame music, as just Dr. Fitri said in a previous session. So this is a complete Dr. Fitri's presentation, I guess. So it's related. And Voice of Baceprot also have no drama, no gimmick. They just do their best performance, the best creativity, and upload it and appreciate it, everyone there. Well, to conclude this talk, I would say that hybridization is not simply about mixing, blending, and synthesizing different elements that form a culturally faceless entirety. But in the sense of hybridization, creativity often generate new forms and make new connection with one another. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. Over to you, Dr. Azrina. Thank you. Still mute, Dr. Azrina.
Thank you, Dr. Iwan, for the. Sorry. I was truly mesmerized by the presentation, the song by DJ Alfie. The combination of everything into that content.
Yeah, it's so mesmerizing. Once you watch in full version, you're gonna love it instantly.
I'm gonna be watching it. Yes. And I've been told that it's viewed more than 27 million times.
Yeah,
I will be adding on to that.
It's phenomenal. Yeah, it just released a few months back, and I'm sure that he will got more viewer.
He will.
Yeah, because his quality of the work is amazing. Especially how he combine every single element of it in a good proportion, and not too much like animation, not too much like talent with showing only the beautifulness, but it's also the balance. The balance is wonderful. Yeah, it's so true.
Thank you, Dr. Iwan. All right, so now we will answer some questions from our viewers. We have come to the question and answer session, and I think you have already typed in some questions for our speakers to answer. So we have one now from Dr. Herman, and the question is for Dr. Fitri. Dr. Fitri, And the question is, do you think the golden era of Nasheed will come again in the future, in the near future? And in Indonesia, Selawat genre has become very, very popular. It's a very popular genre on YouTube. And he has given an example. Sabian Gambus is, I think, an Indonesian Solawat musician. And so, Dr. Fitri, could you answer that? Do you think that the golden era of Nasheed will ever come again in the near future? Okay, so let's take another question. Dr. Fitri will be returning for the Q&A at 11:10. I'm so sorry. I thought he was still engaged here. All right, can we have another question, please? So if you have any questions, please type in your questions and we will... there you are, Dr. Fitri.
I'm sorry. Okay.
All right, so the question is, all right, do you think that the golden era of Nasheed will ever come again in the near future?
Okay. This is a very good question and very famous question that I get almost every single session if I conduct this topic. I would say the golden era of Nasheed will come again, but not in the near future. Okay, not in the near future. Because we know music is very subjective. We will deal with the marketing, the new era, the digitalization, and of course, if we cannot overcome the problem of confusion of Nasheed by itself, I think the golden era of Nasheed we cannot see in the near future. But the golden era will come again if we try to settle or try to overcome the major and the minor problem within the Nasheed industry itself. That's my answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fitri. So not anytime soon.
No.
But
It's
we can
still
still...
the Nasheed is still there. They're still there, still exists, but will run normally. Maybe the vibe is more flat and not into the phenomena way that we used to see before in early 1996 or early 2000s.
So in 1996 and early 2000s, the Nasheed was actually brought across the world. Yes, it was. Okay, so now perhaps is it due to the production? Is it is it because of that?
I'm not saying that the production is the major problem, because we do have a very quality production in terms of Nasheed songs or Islamic music songs. Even we can see Mahir Zain, etc.
Yes.
Very phenomenal. But what I'm trying to say is for me, the golden era or the phenomena era, the phenomena of Nasheed songs, when Raihan, you can perform in front of Queen Elizabeth, the non-Muslim will sing along with you, even that's Islamic songs. That's the golden era. The golden era.
I was just thinking about perhaps there should be we have the World Music Festivals, right? So perhaps there should be a collective body for Nasheed, and it could be spread and it could be popularized from there. But as it is now, the songs are produced by individuals, located everywhere, isn't it? Yeah, there's not so much a collective body. Is that so?
Yeah. in Malaysia, we do have a Munshid, Majlis Usahawan Nasyid Malaysia. There's a organization that run all about nasyid in Malaysia. We do have a few nasyid group go internationally. For example, Intim, they perform at the French, Canada, but it's a very the event is not give the high impact into the music industry itself.
Right.
Okay? But if we want to promote a nasyid into a global music industry, I would suggest we go for traditional. You know, we introduce them about how you want to sing by using the 7 kind of taranum. For example, the Bayati songs, you know, the Nahwan song Ras, and the attire we wear, the very traditional. For Malaysia, we have baju Melayu. Indonesia, they have their own attire. You know, we put a traditional culture into nasyid songs, and then we promote a traditional way of the sound is very traditional. It's not a modern. Maybe we can do the fusion, modern and traditional, but traditional must be an anchor to promote globally. Then we can capture we can steal the light. Easy to say, we can steal the light for those for music festival, a very big event, for example.
Yes, that's true. The reach, that you have to reach out to listeners from all over. So, Dr. Iwan, there's a question for you here. Is there any copyright issues when we do cover, versions of those songs? Do they face any copyright?
Yeah, I guess this question will arise today because when we are talking about cover song, it must be this original version as the cover version. Is that right, Dr. Fitri? You must understand this more than me, but I try to explain regarding my previous presentation, especially for Gamelan and DJ Alfie. Okay. First of all, I'd like to say that reappropriation is not just about the copyright issue. It's just about how we absorb and still mention the original author, the original creator of it. In Gamelan song, they always mention the original song. They give a link for the original song, and they appreciate and telling us that this is the recent interpretation of it. So yeah, this is more than just like this is the ethical question. For example, once I discussed with Didi Kempot on this issue, he also being interviewed by some media because his song has been covered by a lot of singer. So they say that the only thing Didi Kempot want is hearing the permission to him. He don't really care about the royalty. He don't really care about the copyright as long as he can help someone with his song. This is the kind of the participatory culture. At least someone who want to use his song to get money from it, to continue perform with his song, ask him permission. At least let him know that someone will use their song. And for Alfie's issue, some of national song is pretty not easy to discuss because it's sometimes not a copyright issue. It's just about the nationalism issue. So it's just about the controversy if it's a proper or not proper. For example, Indonesia Raya Anthem was the rearrangement by his unique approach, and some people say it is okay, and some people say it is too much because we have a regulation on it, not to modify flags, not to modify anthem, or even maybe certain national identity. So I think Alfie Ref put the middle ground of it. He mix and blend and also mention the source of his creative work. So yes, I would say there is a copyright issue if we are not careful to hybrid everything, especially when you are dealing with the Western regime, music regime. And Indonesia, we not really. It's not about care or doesn't care, but it's about. I would say this is a participation, especially for today's era when everyone can get a viewer or can remix song with their creativity, as long as they mention and appreciate the original song. Even in some cases, there are tons of cover song is, to be honest, better than original song with new approach, with the fresher look, the fresh look of the singer and the band arrangement. That's very good. I would comment for nasib things, especially for religious music solawat. In Indonesia, we have Ibnu the Jenggot. This is kind of my favorite singer. He combined rap and solawat and somehow nasib things inside. So this is very cool approach for Ibnu the Jenggot. And also after Sabian Gambus getting famous, getting prominence, there were also another similar girl band or girl singer like SBY, Alvina Nindiani, and so many solawat singer, and they gain a lot of viewer. Apart from, I don't know, this is only about their talents or about their good-looking face. This is the drawback of internet thing is always, oh, if he are handsome or we are beautiful, I would auto subscribe and I love the song. But if it's even I have a story, this unique story, but this is maybe not really proper to tell you everyone. So there are a singer that not a very good voice, but he used a different approach in covering song. What's that? He used a sexy clothes and a bit open to gain more male follower or subscriber. So this is the kind of how social media, how YouTube or other channel could be not worth it to follow if you are not understand how they monetize you as an audience. That's my answer. Thank you, Dr. Azrina.
Thank you, Dr. Iwan. I think Dr. Fitri would like to mention something about this too.
Yeah, regarding the question that about the copyright issue for the cover song, as I directly involved in the music industry, so I'm one of the singer or composer who really against this cover songs product. It is because it's about ethic, you know. You sometimes you change the lyrics into you think that might be better than the original version, you know. The matter of ethic and respect. That number one. After that, after a few time, after a few months, you know, after a year after year, these cover songs become very famous and very prominent in the music industry, you know. And in this digitalization world, I don't think the copyright issue will be a big issue. Why? In digitalization now, if you upload on the YouTube and if you monetize the original version, if someone remake, you know, make a cover version from the original version, the royalties still go to the original version if you monetize it for the YouTube. Even for the Spotify, iTunes, Deezer, for the digital platform, you cannot simply sell your product or sell your songs directly into this platform. You need to park into a recording company or third party or one-stop center app, for example, TuneCore, Be Good, you know, a recording label. So I think it's more manageable in terms of copyright issue. Previous when I present my topic, I use YouTube that the Facebook strike the live because I share the Raihan songs, share the few songs, so the Facebook strike. So I don't think actually copyright issue is a big issue now, because they more manageable, and they can detect our the original, the original product. So that's from my 2 cents opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fitri. All right, so now, thank you again to the speakers, Dr. Iwan and Dr. Fitri Haris, for answering those questions, and for the eye-opening presentations that they have given to us today. And it has been a great pleasure to have you with us. And this concludes the first session of our webinar. And I would like to thank all of you for tuning in, for attending this first session. I'm going to hand this over to the MCs, Jamima and Akbar. Are you all there? Jamima and Akbar. Hello.
Mas suaranya.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay. We would like to thank Dr. Azrina as the moderator, and to all the speakers for this insightful session. Okay. Now we're going to listen the speech by the Dean of SCIMPA, Universiti Utara, Malaysia. The screen are yours.
Okay, sorry for the mistake. We would like to invite Dr. Phil Emi Zulaifa from Universitas Islam Indonesia to give the final speech. So the time and screen are yours.
Oh, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I don't know if my voice can be heard. Is my voice
We can
heard?
hear you clearly, Dr. Emi.
Okay. Wait up. Yeah. Okay, it's a little bit of technical problems here. Can you wait for a minute? Yeah. I don't think it's quite necessary now that I have to give a speech or something, but really because the master of ceremony already called my name to give one, then I will have to speak, right? Thank you all, by the way. And thank you also, Dr. Herman Velani, for for replacing me to give the opening speech. But really, this time I would like to thank all on behalf of Fuad, Dr. Fuad Nashori, the Dean of the Faculty of Psychology in Social and Cultural Sciences. And also would like to congratulate both Prodi, study program Ilmu Komunikasi at UI, and from Pusat Pengajian Industri Kreatif dan Seni Persembahan from Universiti Utara, Malaysia, for your collaboration on the event today. webinar on cultivating values through creative media. A few days ago, I had a discussion with Dr. Ading Masduki, the founder of Communication Department at UII, reflecting on the current trend on how much our younger generation are attached to social media and how we have witnessed that often their decision making and perspective taking are much shaped by it. Sadly, though, the decisions are not based, or very often, not based on deep understandings on an issue, or in other words, there is this trend of shallowing of perspective and thinking. I remember him saying, Pak Masduki said, if the change that come from it is for the worse, that is when we see it from a critical stance, then how then could we hold Facebook or YouTube and other social media responsible for this? And that is not a possibility, apparently. In another occasion, a talk with Prof. Skinner from Eastern Center, he is a psychologist at Bradford, the UK, got me understand on a reality of a swinging generation. If we must make a metaphor for it with a tree, then we see something that is growing but without a root. It is interesting and rather puzzling, if you like to call it, to see how in such a widely connected world with the flow of information through various media, people could easily become disoriented by different kinds of the so-called influencers. I've been discussing about this, with friends and in families. One influencer, for example, is teaching on financial planning, for example, by sending anxiety to his followers, saying things like, what if in the future we become penniless and poor because we don't plan the way he was about to teach? He sells his seminar for 5 million to lead 5 billion a person, to lead our brothers and sisters to believe that material security is all that is most important, and to forget that Allah is Ar-Razak, and that our welfare is not only about having money and material richness. And we see these days that this influencer ended up in jail from fraudulent conducts, yet followers are there longing for his inspiration. Our younger brothers and sisters today speak of stock markets and investment and even cryptocurrency trading religiously through such influencers. So we've witnessed all these things in social media. The gruesome side. Also, although I could hear from the speakers this morning, the bright side of that. Another influencer is teaching about love and romance on daily basis, trespassing the limits that our religion and values taught us to uphold. Then come a new definition of self. That is, you can be anything as long as you do not disturb others. You are harmless. From such influencers, many hold this view as true, confront this belief with their family, creating heated debate, finding similar people with similar beliefs virtually. Other will speak of the environment, good one, this is good one. And still some portray themselves as very successful persons, staunch feminists and campaigning for child-free because they believe my body is mine. Unfortunately, not many cares to learn deep into an issue, tracing its history, understanding it thoroughly and how it impacts our life and others, so we can judge if some reality has been presented impartially. Impartial understanding, this is required from us as Muslims. Our case is about knowing, understanding, tracing the essence, not about propaganda and popularity, I think. So if we speak of Islamic music, then we have to dig into the essence, what it is. If it doesn't convey goodness, it doesn't convey the spirit of mercy and things like that, then maybe we have to question whether that music is Islamic or not. We see now that many are teaching our youth to be distant from the fitrah. I'm afraid that there will be many more people needing psychologists, in fact, uh, psychologists are friends, yeah, in our neighboring department in FPSB. As anxiety, maybe depression and disorientation might be rampant. I hope though this will not happen. But to make my speech short, really, I think the idea of discussing on cultivating values today is more important than ever. We are thankful that the collaboration has yielded such an idea, and I hope that this will become a basis for embarking on the meaningful research, teaching, and community engagement from both parts. Yeah, the ILCOM UII and the communication studies at UUM. Inshallah ta'ala, and I thank you again for both institution, both the units, yeah, in their respective university. May Allah bless you all, keep us safe, and keep us all enlightened and at all times. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And please forgive me for the technical problem I encountered this morning. In such technologically connected world, in fact, it turns out that sometimes trouble come in, and we have to accept that. Thank you. Salam.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Emi Zulaifa, for the speech. And now we would like to move to the next section, because in a few moments we will play games on quizzes. So I hope that all the participants prepare your devices. In a moment, you will see a code that will be displayed on the screen. So, oh yeah, there is interesting fact that these games will give you, you can have
prizes
yeah,
from your
prizes. You can get the
university.
prizes from these games. Sorry.
Only the 6 best that
Yeah.
will getting the prizes.
Okay. In a moment, you will see the code will be shown on the screen, or the links will be sent to the YouTube comments. You can simply just click on the links, and then the link will brought you to the quizzes website. On the website, you can put or mention or register your real name. Okay, your real name, because it's very important for you to claim the prizes to your university.
The link are posted.
Yeah.
You can log in and join with all your devices. We are waiting for more participants.
Okay, you all may input the code right now, and please do the quizzes registration with your real name. Again, participants, because the question will be so interesting and fun, right, Jemima? Okay, let's do it. Let's jump to the games, yeah, because it's very interesting and fun. Yeah, I challenge you guys to join this game to test your knowledge about I don't know, about culture or media. Okay, let's jump to the games. I give you a minute to input your register your name, your real name, and also the code.
We're still waiting for more participants.
Okay, this will be fun.
How much already?
I think we need to, take a break, right, before we go into the next session of a webinar. So I think these games will, refresh your minds, refresh yourself.
Having fun a little bit.
Having fun, yeah. Okay, you can see the code. Okay, the code is 261345. Oh, okay. Okay, we are still waiting for the participants. Okay, we got 7 participants. Okay, come on. Let's jump to this game because there are several interesting prizes. Okay, we
it's
got
going
15.
up. More than a dozen already. We're still waiting.
Okay, 15. Yeah,
19?
come on, challenge your.
Come on.
Okay, challenge yourself, guys. You can get this special and amazing and interesting prizes. Okay, we got 25.
Come on, the more the merrier.
Yeah, this will be competitive games. Okay, we still got 27. Okay, the code is 261345. Repeat, 261345. And also, don't forget to mention or register your real name, so you can easily like claim your prizes to your to each university. Okay, still waiting. There are 35.
35 already. Oh, look at that. Everyone's already in.
Okay, we're still waiting for you guys to jump in the game. Okay, we got 43. Oh yeah. Okay, we got.
Okay. Good luck to all of you.
And then we're going to start the games. Prepare yourself and pay attention to this. And
3, 2, 1.
Okay.
I think we don't have access to the questions.
Yeah.
But that's all
So
right.
it's competitive, yeah. You can see your position and check your current position to be the winner, and then you can make a strategy for this.
Oh, everyone's in.
Yeah. Okay. Jemima, what are you wearing today?
I'm wearing a solo attire. It's a Japanese traditional.
Oh, okay. You looks beautiful in red, like Taylor Swift song.
I mean, you too.
Oh, thank you so much. I know, right?
Yeah. What are you wearing? I mean,
I'm wearing a traditional costume from Sumatera Utara.
wow.
Batak people, Bataknese traditional costume. This is, I'm not a Bataknese, but this looks good on me.
Is there
But it
any
feels
reason that you choose this attire?
What? Sorry?
Is there any reason, special reason?
Yeah, in
Is it
Batak,
unique?
if I'm not mistaken, this one is a traditional costume that they use when in several events, like
Oh, special events.
like
Ceremony, probably?
ceremony, yeah, weddings.
Oh, okay. I mean, this was nice.
Yeah, yours as well. And this was come from Java.
Yes, I mean, Japanese is like a wide area of
Yeah,
Indonesia.
it's
Japanese
quite
like
huge.
have many culture, and this is one of it.
Okay.
So,
Oh,
we just get informed that there are already six best winners. Congratulations to all 6 best.
To all the winners. Okay, we got the name of the winners. The first one goes to
Chikgu.
Chikgu.
That. Whoa.
We cannot see the name clearly from here.
we can already. It's. Oh, it's still playing.
Okay.
The second one.
It's not final yet.
Oh, it's fixed yet. All right.
Okay. For the second, goes to Givari Azhar. Okay, congratulations, Givari Azhar.
Congratulations.
The third goes to Mohamad Al. Wow.
Congratulations, Mohamad Al.
The fourth one.
The fourth winner are.
Fourth winner goes to.
School.
Yeah. Goes to
Salsabila Azhara. And the fifth is
goes to.
no.
Okay, The screen is changed.
We're not finished yet. Okay.
Okay, we're going to repeat from the first winner, yeah? Okay, the first winner goes to Cigu. Wow!
Congratulations, Cigu.
Congratulations, Cigu. And the second winner goes to
Gifari
Gifari
Azhar.
Azhar. Wow!
What a cheerful situation around here.
The third goes to
Muhammad
Muhammad Al.
And the fourth winner is
Salsabila Azahra. The fifth, Mutia Rasha. And the last one goes to Sam.
I think that there's two people that rank 5.
Oh yeah.
There's a tie.
For
Rank 5, fifth ranked.
For 2 persons.
There's 2 person that having fifth ranked.
Yeah, Mutia Rasha and
Devita
Devita Dwinusa. And the last one goes to Sam. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we would like to congratulate to all the winners on this game. Please contact your university to confirm your winning for your prizes. Okay, since everyone is already in even a more enjoyable mood, we will proceed this event to our second session. Then we would like to transfer this session to Miss Nadia Wasta Utami as the moderator for this second session. Let me briefly read the short bio of Miss Nadia Wasta Utami. Okay, so Miss Nadia Wasta Utami is a lecturer and researcher in strategic communication, digital media, and public relations studies. Miss Nadia has published and presented numerous papers at national and international journals and conferences. Some of her work won several research and reading competitions, such as Best Presenter in the World Conference on Media and Mass Communication in Thailand, 2016, and Top Best Paper in Conference on Media, Communication, and Sociology, 2015. Apart from teaching in the university, Miss Nadia is the head of Media and Research Development Division, Directorate of Marketing Universitas Islam Indonesia. Her involvement in the creative promotion process at the university has succeeded in encouraging UEE to win various awards, including Industry Marketing Champion Jogja 2019, Education Services category and Gold Winner category Academic Campus Entrepreneurial Campus Award 2021 by Mark Plus Inc. And now let's welcome Miss Nadia Wasta Utami.
Webinar UEE x UM Cultivating Values with Creative Media. I'm Nadia, will be your moderator today. So on this session, we would like to have 2 panelists will give their lecture. The first will be from UUM, Associate Professor Dr. Syamsul Bahrin Zaibon, and the second will be Dr. Zaki Habibi from UII. And for you audience that want to join our discussion today, please give your comments or question via YouTube live comments on Indonesia TV or Facebook Live SCIMPA at any time during the presentation, and we will collect the question to discuss it at the end of session. So now I would like to introduce you to our first panelist from UUM. He is Associate Professor Dr. Syamsul Bahrin Zaibon. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Syamsul. Okay, maybe I would like to read the short bio of Dr. Syamsul first.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Nadia.
Okay.
Okay.
Syamsul Bahrin Zaibon is an associate professor in creative media at the Universiti Utara, Malaysia. Syamsul has served as a subject matters expert in computer science, multimedia, to the matriculation section at the Minister of Education, Malaysia, from 2011 to 2016. He has been also appointed as an advisory board and external advisory panel for Kuliah Muamalat and Sains Pengurusan Universiti Islam Antarbangsa Sultan Abdul Halim Muazzam Shah from 2018 until 2020. His research focuses on creative and virtual heritage content, web development, game-based learning, comics for learning, and edutainment. He has published and presented numerous papers at national and international journals and conferences. Currently, his work emphasizes on Malaysia creative industry policy under the consortium grant scheme awarded by the Minister of Higher Education Malaysia. By looking at his research potential, Syamsul received several research awards at both national and international level. And his recent awards are Gold Medal and Special Awards from Pecipta 2019 exhibition. Dr. Syamsul will give his presentation entitled Manifestation of Malaysian National Culture Policy 2021 in Creative Media. So, Dr. Syamsul?
Yes, okay.
Yes,
Okay.
okay. So,
Hi,
how
Miss
are you,
Nadia.
Dr. Syamsul?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
fine. Thank you. How about
great,
you?
great. So, okay, so without further ado, let's please welcome Dr. Syamsul Zaibon.
Right. Thank you, Miss Nadia. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Miss Nadia, the moderator, for this session, for introduction about me. Firstly, I would like to thank SCIMPA UM and UEE, Universitas Islam Indonesia, for inviting me as a speaker today. This is a very good collaboration event between both universities. Before I proceed with my presentation, just a bit about me. I would like to introduce about our consortium. I am the lead researcher of Consortium on Creative Industry and Culture, and I would like to introduce about it, which is being established recently, and we received the research grant from the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia. So this consortium actually is a merger with two other institutes or universities in Malaysia, which are the Universiti Sains Islam Malaysia, USIM, and Universiti Pendidikan Sultan Idris, UPSI. Our vision is to become the reference, the main reference in creative industry and culture in Malaysia. And I would like to invite any kind of collaboration from other parties, organization, universities, and join us as a strategic partners to make sure that our creative industry in this region give the significant impact to the society and also to the economy. Right? Okay. So my presentation today will actually briefly discuss about the new policy, which is the Dasar Kebudayaan Negara (DAKAN), the National Cultural Policy, which being established recently last month, So I hope that by sharing this presentation, students, researchers, and academic in this area of creative media would benefited and try to digest and apply this concept in creating their creative content by not eliminating of our culture, right? Um, Even though this policy is for Malaysia, but from Indonesia could also together with us to empower the Malay Nusantara culture in the eyes of the world. All right. Firstly, let us take a look at the background and history why Daken is being established. Our former Prime Minister of Malaysia has said that a people united without prejudice by celebrating the diversity of races and cultures is the foundation for the unification of the nation. So therefore, fostering a nation depends on the unification of various races and our culture, right? Heritage culture. Okay, by looking at the history, the Malay archipelago is actually the largest archipelago in the world, comprising 25,000 islands and peninsula, as well as the coastline. Okay, the coastline of mainland of the Southeast Asia. So this Malay archipelago is also called in Malay word we call it as a Kepulauan Melayu, Kepulauan Melayu or Nusantara. Okay, Nusantara. We are from the same Nusantara, which include Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, Brunei, even in Philippines, Papua New Guinea, right? Okay. The Malay civilization actually has emerged with the existence of early Malay states and government, which is we call as a Kedah Tua. Okay, we UUM in Kedah, so actually we are really proud about the Kedah Tua history. Okay, Kutai, which is in the Kalimantan area, Santubong, Sriwijaya, Brunei, Oboni, and even in the Philippines, right? And this is some examples of the Malay civilization. So the history of this Malay civilization in the Asian region, which was very influential to us, right? The presence of Chinese, Indian, Arab Parsi, and the Western communities has created a new population structure in Malay land, also in Sabah and also in Sarawak. So this situation has not only changed the face of Malaysian society, but also colored the practice of our local culture, especially in Malaysia. Okay, by looking back, in 1957, Malaya or Tanah Melayu achieved the independence. And then after that, the Federation of Malaysia, which later formed in the 16th September, that merged the Federation of Malaya, consisting of Tanah Melayu, Sabah, Sarawak, and also Singapore. And then after that, Singapore withdrew in 1965. So this Federation of Malaysia consists of the 13 states of negeri Tanah Melayu. And then after the independence, and then the government actually has implemented various efforts to develop the country to cover the social, economic, and also the political aspects among the people, and overcoming the problem of economic imbalance, as a result of the policies introduced by the colonials. So based on the map that have been showed previously, the Malay archipelago, we know that we have Indians from the India continent, the Chinese from the China, and then also in Sabah, Sarawak, we have the natives of the Borneo, Orang Asli. Okay, so we have a lot of races and also cultures. And also the influences from various religions, for example, Islam, Hindu, Buddhist, and other religions. So in order to make sure that our society or citizens of Malaysia being unity, so government have developed few policies and few plans, right? Then one of the examples being introduced is the Dasar Kebudayaan Kebangsaan. We call it as a DKK in 1971, National Cultural Policy, which outlined 3 principles, goals, and also strategies related to culture. By looking at this, we can see the principles, the goals, and strategies of the DKK. Okay, DKK, the early introduced policy about cultural policy. So the main element over here that I want to highlight is about Islam. Islam is the main element in this region. And it is stated in the third principles. Okay, the third principles. DKK, the Dasar Kebudayaan Kebangsaan, actually has succeeded in contributing to several physical and also non-physical achievement through the following example of initiative. We have the State Painting Center, Malay Manuscript Center, Visit Malaysia Year, Istana Budaya State Art Award, the establishment of Aswara, National Academy of Arts, and etc. So this is based on the Dasar Kebudayaan Kebangsaan DKK. So it's since 1971. So now we are in the 2021. It almost 50 years. 50 years. It's 50 years. So why we need the new policy? Okay, why we need the new policy? Malaysia's culture is formed from values and norms that are shared. So we shared together, appreciated, and supported as a common heritage of the citizens of Malaysia who are rooted in this country. So these values based on indigenous culture and also other kind of culture, contemporary culture, innate culture, which does not conflict, does not conflict with the religious values, whether Islam or other religions practiced in Malaysia. So therefore, it is appropriate to formulate the new policy related to the cultural affairs for Malaysia by obtaining a government mandate in terms of its existence. So after 50 years, so Malaysia introduced the new policy. We call it a DAKEN. So this is why the new policy need to be proposed because of if the new policy is not being established or introduced, so it can cause a controversy in terms of these various aspects. For example, the power source, education, financial, and also how to preserve our arts, culture, and heritage. So therefore, so we need to formulate the new policy related to this cultural affairs. So now let's move on to the next part related to the DACAN, this new policy, right? Not go too into depth, but just briefly describe so that you know what are the gist of this policy. So the name of this policy, they call it as a Dasar Kebudayaan Negara, DACAN. Previously they call it Dasar Kebudayaan Kebangsaan, okay, in 1971. So the idea is to support the wawasan kemakmuran negara, okay, wawasan kemakmuran bersama Malaysia towards the developed country that display the national identity and also the national personality. So the new policy is built by taking into account the DKK, inspired in 1971, and it has the 4 principles and 7 main thrusts as the focus in planning the cultural function. To achieve this goal, this policy also complemented by a strategy and action plan for 5 years, starting this year, 2021 until 2025. Okay, a bit about mission and vision about DACAN, and of course to empower our cultural heritage, even though we are going to be a developed country. So DACAN serve as a guide, okay, as a guide in carrying out any kind of cultural development agenda and plans at all levels, in education, at the ministry level, and etc. Roles of DACAN, we can have in the slides over here 4 roles, 4 roles of DACAN. So we want to strengthen the cultural sectors to generate the economy of Malaysia. So that is the number 1. Number 2 is to empower arts, culture and heritage programs and activities all over Malaysia. Number 3, DACAN will be referred and considered in developing any ministry strategy and also action plan. And number 4, we hope that Malaysian arts, culture and heritage more focused and more competitive in the future. So we want to form a society with high value culture, right? And then our culture need to be preserved, conserved and also protected. Then we need to strengthen the unity of our citizens. So that's the main keyword of about DACAN. So we need to strengthen the unity, okay, the unity, because we have different type of religion, different type of races, right? And we have different type of norms from our citizens. So lastly, we want to make our cultural product as an important contributor to the socio-economic of Malaysia. So these are the 7 trusts, okay, 7 trusts that are supported by 3 important elements related to this trust, which is the Royal Institution of Malaysia as the symbol of the country, the Malay language as the national language, and also Islam as the official religions. Okay, so 3 important elements that will support these 7 trusts of DACAN. Right, number 1 is the high value culture. Is a concept that emphasizes pure values supported by 10 common values. For example, the spirituality, morality, faithfulness, sincerity, and etc. The second one is the community harmony. So we want our citizen have a form of integration, have a security, prosperity, and justice. Okay, based on their understanding, rejecting element and respects each other. The third trust is about the conservation and preservation of cultural heritage. So this effort needs to be nurtured and passed down to all generations. So we from the universities and also from the low level, from the educational sector, from the primary schools and our children, so that we can have a continuity and sustainability of our culture. So the next number 4 about the cultural development. So it is the basis, supposed to be the basis for our development aspects. Number 5, cultural empowerment, the development of the creative industry in arts, culture, and heritage needs to be increased. Need to be increased through the promotion of research activities and documentation of local content. So we are from the university, so we are the researcher, the students. So try to empower our culture through your programs, through your research activity, through your content creation, your documentation, your articles, and etc. Okay, number 6, try to generate income from this kind of from these cultural values. And then the last one, the cultural excellence, it refers to the ability, capability, and capacity to uphold the arts, culture, and heritage in holistic and integrated manner. So these are all of the 7 trusts of Daken. Right. Let's move on to the focus area of Daken. It has 4 focus areas: cultural heritage, warisan, okay, seni warisan, arts, seni, media. Okay, we are from the media, okay, media areas, creative media, and also the creation or design. Right. By looking at this focus area, actually they refer to the we have another policy, National Creative Industry Policy, the IKN, which was introduced in 2010. And also Daken also refers from the UNESCO, okay, UNESCO and UNCTAD, the United Nation organization. So if you are involved any of this area, for example, organizing events or creating your content in YouTube, in even TikTok, right? Okay, please look at this area and try to align with the principle of Daken, right? So for example, over here we have the language and literature, custom and culture. So adat, different type of adats. So try to Google what is about it. Different type of adat sebenarnya adat. I do not know how to translate in English. Adat sebenarnya adat, which is cannot be changed. Hukum alam, for example, api, sifatnya adalah panas, membakar. Adat yang diadatkan, it is possible to be changed in line with time and also situation. Adat yang teradat, so the norm that being consumed and then become adat. So for example, kind of right now we have norma baru, dan dia akan menjadi adat, right? Okay. Then the last one, adat istiadat. So this is more focused on the upacara, events, related to event. For example, the marriage customs, adat perkahwinan Melayu. So a lot of activities ataupun ada banyak syarat-syaratnya kan, from the proposing the pengantin perempuan dan sebagainya. Okay. So very interesting if you are doing research. Just focus on the marriage custom of Malay, okay, Malay traditional custom of marriage, right? And also we have the similarity between Indonesia and Malaysia because we are from the Malay Nusantara regions. Okay, all right. So the next one, media and creation. The second one is the arts, visual arts and performing arts. Okay, the red one is the media. Okay, media and creation. So this is the area. I think that most of you that very interest to this kind of area because we involve in this creative media. So this area also help in generation of economy for the country. So by creating the content, okay, the creative content, creative media. So try to think of how you can get money from that, right? So it's just not only about the uh, the content that is not beneficial to others. Try to involve in the cultural values, cultural content, and it will help also to generate income, okay, to generate income by creating the content. So these examples about how we can implement the Daken in our creative media content, right? Okay, take a look at this example of this picture. So what you can see about this picture, about this character. So this example, the new character from Marvel Warriors of the Sky, which is actually a game, okay, a game introduced by Marvel. They call it Warriors of the Sky, and this character, this woman character, actually being introduced the new superheroes. They call it the Blue Dragon, the Blue Dragon. All right. So actually, it has a issue. It has a issue. Um, you might think the character wearing the traditional costume, traditional costume. But if we look at in detail, okay, in detail, there is an issue raised by the Vietnamese, okay, Vietnamese people, the players from Vietnam. The character they introduce it as a Vietnamese dress, okay, Vietnamese dress, the traditional Vietnamese dress. But if you close observe about the detail of the clothes, actually it is different. It is not the Vietnamese dress, but look like a traditional Chinese dress. So these issues brought by these Vietnamese players, and they think that this is quite sensitive subject, sensitive issue, because Vietnam and China are two different culture, and traditional clothing should be identified. They think that Marvel is not just dipersalahkan sepenuhnya. It's not being racist actually, but the character look like a Chinese people wearing the traditional Chinese dress. The issue is that the company is a very poorly research conducted the background about this new character. Okay, so we as the content creator, if we want to introduce new character, the 3D character related to cultural, our heritage and etc. So please do a deep research about that. So otherwise it will be being dipersalahkan, misidentified dan akan menimbulkan isu. It will be brought out by somebody related to that identity. Okay, so this is example. Okay, so next examples of product in animation. Just example yang sempat lah tengok, dan actually banyak there are a lot of example of products that you can try looking at a very detail of it, how we can manifest or how we can interpret our kind of character culture in our content. This example from Upin Ipin, I think Upin Ipin also is a popular content animation in Indonesia, not only in Malaysia. And by looking at this picture, different characters, and each character wearing the different outfit, okay, related to our traditional custom for the Chinese, Malay, and etc. It depends on the occasion of or the series of the Upin Ipin series. Okay, and then looking at the tools that they are used, okay, the chopsticks. Just want to highlight about the Chinese traditions. Okay. Right, then up above there, the image about from the Bobo Boy animation movie and series, the traditional heritage food, roti canai, teh tarik, and etc. Right. So even though it is a very simple example, very simple kita kata macam things, okay, very simple things that you put it in your content, but if you look at in very detail, actually you are promoting our culture. Okay, if you try to study in other kind of animation, for example from Korea, from Japan, so look at that character for each of the character. So janganlah nak buat character yang different daripada Malaysia ataupun our Nusantara punya character kan. So try to propose a new character or design the character that very look like in our culture, very look like as a Malay, for example, right? Okay, janganlah buat other than Malaysian or Asian culture. Okay, now this another examples in games. They are promoting or introduce the cards, traditional games, traditional foods in games. This example of games. And then the next one in film, okay, in film also by showing the traditional clothes, outfit, baju Melayu, songkok, tengkolok, tengkolok and examples in film or drama. So actually you are showing our traditional culture. Okay, this is another examples. Makan berdulang. You are eat together in a tray. The characters, the actors over here, eat together in a tray. So even it is a very simple acting about eating together, tapi dia ada juga customs di situ kan. Okay, and then wearing the songkok over here. Alright, okay, so I think that's examples, and actually you can have a lot of example how actually we can introduce out there to the world about our culture. Please be proud. And Daken is one of uh, the outline, the outline as a guide, just a guide, so that we can have a direction towards of our arts, culture and heritage, so that we can have sustainable culture. So tidak dilupakan, right? And then Daken also will guide us, okay, will guide us in ensuring the intention to empower our culture and heritage, so that it will become as a catalyst to unity and identity development of creative human beings and provide the competitive economy. So by continuous planning of this cultural heritage um aspiration, we need a cooperation, okay, between various parties, including the private sectors, non-government organization, NGO, communities, students from universities, researcher, and even we as individual able to realize the aspiration of this policy. So therefore, Daken is designed to benefit every Malaysian and ensure that our culture, arts and heritage continue to be preserved and also sustainable. So I think that's all for my presentation. If you have question after this, so we have a session on that. So I pass back to moderator, Miss Nadia. Thank you very much.
How that can become a guide, yeah, in carrying out the cultural aspects in Malaysia in so many fields. Yeah, and it is very interesting to know that Daken has 7 trusts from high value culture to cultural excellence. Yeah, and it is interesting to see that it is implemented on so many examples that can promote Malaysian culture, from video games, you said, that until animation series, yeah, Upin Ipin and Bobo Boy, which me and so many Indonesian, I think, love it so much. Yeah,
Good to
so
know.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Right. So thank you, Dr. Syamsul, for the lecture. Before we continue to the second session, or second panelist, I want to remind you all to join the discussion today by giving comments or questions via YouTube Live comments on Indonesia TV or Facebook Live SCIMPA at any time during the presentation, and we will collect the question to discuss it at the end of session. So move to the second panelist, coming from Universitas Islam Indonesia, is Dr. Zaki Habibi. Hello, Dr. Zaki.
Hello. Hi, how are
Hey,
you,
how are
Miss Nadia?
you? Great,
Pleased to meet
great.
you.
Yes, nice to meet you, and I'm eager to hear your presentation today.
Yeah, but before that, how about
Mhm.
just practicalities? How about my voice, video,
Yes,
everything
great,
looks perfectly fine
great,
over there?
clearly. Yeah.
Yes, and hi to Dr. Zaibon. Thank you for starting our session. Lovely to
Yes.
hear the on the aspect of the more on the national aspect.
Yeah. So before we move to the presentation from Dr. Zaki, I would like to introduce you to maybe short bio from Dr. Zaki. Dr. Zaki Habibi is a media studies and visual culture researcher with a main interest in the interrelation between everyday life and cultural practice in cities. He is also a documentary photographer. He holds a Master of Media and Cultural Studies from Edith Cowan University, Perth, Australia, and Ph.D. in Media and Communication Studies from Lund University, Sweden. And Dr. Zaki Habibi has so many sorry has so many academic works have been published as books, book chapter, edited volumes, and journal articles, including his recent article in Asian Journal of Media and Communication, Continuum Journal and Media and Cultural Studies in 2020. Also, his two anthology books named Surrounded by Images and Meanings in 2016 and Mediaholics in 2013. Apart from these academic works, Habibi also engaged with the artistic realm as a documentary photographer. Latest activities and achievements are, for instance, the finalists of the 2011 Travel Photography Scholarship and the 2014 Travel Film Scholarship, World Nomads Australia, the winner of the 2012 ACTS Sustainability Photography Competition, Brisbane, Australia, and a collective exhibition, Com Art 2015, Yogyakarta. Currently, he is editing his first photo book that explores the relation between place-based memories, documentary narrative, and visual poetry. His photographic-related project can be followed on Instagram at Habibi Zaki and Lens Culture platform www.lensculture.com/habibizaki. And I think without further ado, Dr. Zaki Habibi, please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Dr. Zaki Habibi. The screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Miss Nadia. And I would like to share my screen now. Does it come up on your screen? Oh, and also feel free to just yell or notify me if something happened, like the slide or my voice is also. What I put on my slide on the full screen, I cannot see you all. So feel free to just yell or also notify me. All right. About now, can you see all the full screen mode? Okay. Continue. Thank you very much, Miss Nadia, for yes, perfect. Thank you very much for the introduction, and also especially for the invitation by teamwork from both country, both institution in Kedah, Malaysia, and Universiti Utara, Malaysia, and also in Department of Communication, Universitas Islam Indonesia in Yogyakarta. I'm Zaki. I'm currently speaking in Yogyakarta. I'm currently sitting in my corner, not in the office, but at home. Also Jakarta, and the topic that I would like to share with you today. So I would like to thank Dr. Zaibon for starting out with more macro level of the issue, while my part will take a look more micro aspect. So I think for all of you, all the participants who joined today, or whether from YouTube channel of Indonesia TV or the Facebook page of SCIMPA, Universiti Utara, Malaysia, I hope you can also get more comprehensive ideas on topic, especially in relation to creative media, creativity, and also creative industry. But allow me also to give you a kind of some kind of a disclaimer that in this limited time and also space, it is possible, of course, to cover every single aspect of this issue. So I would rather to focus on the aspect of both combination between visuals as a medium as well as a expression, and then also the notion of creative city, because I think it's interesting to see how it already become some kind of a, 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 a more formula. I mean, like it's easy to taken for granted every time we talk about creative industry, especially in regard to urban context. We we are flooded by this term like creative city, creative hub, creative space, co-working space, and similarly of that. On the other hand, when we talk about creative media and creative initiative, we tend to think also by focusing on the aspect of visuals. Whether we talk about music, whether we talk about group initiative, we tend to also include visual. So I think that is my invitation to all of you to see this, but not as taken for granted anymore in this issue. By looking at the particular cases of creative city in Indonesia and Malaysia, I want to invite you from a more critical point of view of this particular actually part of our everyday life living in the cities, and also maybe, well, in the last 2 years traveling itself has become quite challenging, but at least from your own memory prior to this pandemic, as well as maybe in the upcoming months, we will see it again and again and again, including in our own region. But before that, recall my own memory. Once upon a day, during my field research in Bandung, Indonesia, one of the creative cities in Indonesia, I stumbled in this particular quite gigantic building compared to the surrounding, because this building, the whole compound, is the designated creative hub, initiated and supported and commissioned by the state or the local government. But looking at the way it's built, the way it is practiced, and I visited the place many times and observed what happened there, and also into the people who were there or outside of the building and everything. So it's the building. It's not in the kind of creative corner of creative space. No, it's just in a random common street of the city, and then suddenly pop up this quite good looking building, I would say. But then paying attention to more detail of the activity inside the building itself, and then the way people react, to me it created quite a few questions actually. Are there creative work here, or it's simply creative look and so on? And then if they use the term creative hub, as we know, hub is always about connecting activities, connecting vision, connecting cultural capital, connecting imaginaries, and so on and so on. But this particular designated hub is actually in the context of connecting of what? It's unclear in this sense. And also another question, hub is usually connecting the way people interact, especially in the heterogeneous situation of a city. But in this context also, it's unclear how is actually hub for whom, and so on and so on. And as an ethnographer, it's also interesting to see how the type of sign, including the dilarang sign. For those of you who speak Malaysian or Bahasa Indonesia, you know that kind of meaning, right? The don't do this and don't do that. And this type of sign were literally scattered everywhere in any land, any corner. To me, speaking about creativity, it's also interesting because usually in our general understanding that creativity is usually perceived from the point of view of more whether it's a personal freedom or at least a more free environment to express. But symbolically, it's dilarang do, even though the reasons behind it is also, yeah, there's always a reasons in terms of controlling everything or maintain the cleanness of the place, as well as the maybe the etiquette of the use of the place. But to me, since the way this type of sign were scattered everywhere, it's also showing something symbolically. How come credit card also with so many restriction and so on? All right. By starting with this particular example, what I want to see is actually you can expand this example to your own experience in your own city or in the city where you have visited or passing by. You will be easily to find a similar situation. Maybe not exactly the same, but at least when you find the of the creative hub, creative space, creative co-working space, or or any kind of label that is actually designed top down and in one narrative, you can easily to also ask another follow-up question. And from there, actually, that's my point of view and also my argument that I want to share. I know, but before that, just to give you a clarification also that my expertise also show limitation, right? You can check my research and publication, and also Ms. Nadia already mentioned about the way I use Instagram as part of my methodological approach. When I'm speaking now in Yogyakarta, it's part of the many other colleague in the Department of Communication. My other field is also sitting in Lund University in Sweden as a research affiliate over there. And every time I see the phenomenon, including the creative media and also the creative industry, I always look from this standpoint because this is my area. But at the same time, also, I would say this is also my limitation. You have more other areas, so we can discuss and build the dialogue from there. But looking at this kind of expertise, that actually the one that led me to see this kind of phenomenon in many other creative city in the city, including in our own region, that is many question mark, and also we can use that as for our own research, for our own study, as well as for our own involvement and participation if we really care about our cities in this region. Early in this talk, my talk will be mostly relied on the last three creation from my own book, craft, and vintage suitcase. You can also check the link over there if you want to explore further. And then other work is also on a book chapter specifically based on the case of Malaysia, especially from the city of Georgetown in Penang, Malaysia. And then lastly is also my own monograph book, Creative Voice of the City, dealing with more explorative work and finding about two cities, one in Indonesia and one in Malaysia, for those of you who are interested to explore more after this talk. So from that positioning expertise, I'm also cannot rely on something that is just randomly. I'm also based my own view and the way I see this phenomenon from my own chosen theoretical standpoint, especially this combination between media practice and also the non-media centric media approach, especially from the practice theory. For those of you, all participants, other speakers, and also the team member of the organizer who coming from more communication and media, maybe it's quite also unique that even though coming from media and communication, I myself also coming, but actually I see media is actually not always as a foregrounding element that we should look at. So this is my theoretical position. When I see media, including creative media, is actually related to other aspects in the context of culture, in the context of social interaction, in the context of network. So the way I understand media, including creative media, creative visuals is actually by relate all of this. And the starting point, it's not always about the media per se. It could be about the group of people, it could be about the topic, it could be about the articulation of voices. In specific about talking about creativity in the city, I also pretty much be drawing inside and being influenced by the thought of Henri Levebvre, the French critical theorist, especially when he mentioned about the triadic dimension of the city. When we mention the city, even when I made this slide, when I try to find a general visual illustration about city, it come up with building like this orange silhouette, which is common. We think about city intuitively as something that is actually simply built environment that is actually luxurious, maybe gigantic, but at least is actually create a connection of built environment. But from the point of view of more critical point of view, city is always about a connection and interaction, including tension of many interests, including many people with many differences. So looking the city from the point of view of the production of space, the city is actually a space where it's always being negotiated, talked about, and very, very dynamic. It cannot be divided into just simply one single narrative, including when we talk about becoming creative city. So I pretty much also use this idea of that the city, it has always have a three dimension at the same time. First, it's the material. When we think about the city, it's always like, where is the building, where is the creative hub, where is the creative space, where is the creative corner and everything, where is the business of this, where is the creative compound. Yes, that's the material city, when we think the city as part of the materiality of aspect. On the other hand, at the same time, city is also the imagined space, right? We think about how livable our own city, how can we improve our living condition in our own city. Oh, then plenty of ideas, plenty of suggestion, plenty of program, whether it is initiated by the government or whether it is suggested by the people. So that's the imaging aspect. We need vision, because city cannot be continued without this vision. That's actually the main point of the imagined city. But lastly, but also quite important, especially from my point of view and also my research trajectory, that the city, it's also the lived space. City, it's also structured, constructed, and deconstructed, criticized, negotiated by the way people live within it. So the stories, many stories, it's always plural, from the city dwellers, from people who pass by the city, and from any different interest, is always about the experience, and different or various experiences actually part of building the city. So in that sense, my point of view of looking at the phenomena of creative city is actually from this, especially from the combination between the material, the imaging, but never ever forget the experience of the people who live there, the lived city. It's not always about the way people talk, the way people comment, but it's also about the way people actually is in silence. That's also the way they actually say something or articulate something. Because at the end, to me, whatever the labels are, including the label of creative city, for example, cities is actually for people and not simply for profit. I think that's my ethical standpoint apart from the theoretical standpoint. Specifically, just in a brief, how then I look into this phenomenon from a particular point of view. I also embrace more practical aspect of a method. So I also involve combination between the ethnographic and visual methodology, particularly the use of photography, or what I call photo documentation method. So I pack my bag, including the I need, meet the people, walk the city, talk to the people, listens, pay attention, revisit again and again and again. And that's what happened is actually between 2015 and 2019 in various cities in Java as well as in Penang. So let's move on to the aspect of more the case study itself and how can we learn from these case studies. The particular cities that I'm going to share and look upon it is actually these three cities: Georgetown in Penang or Pulau Pinang, Malaysia, and then Bandung in West Java, Indonesia, and Yogyakarta in the central of Java Island in Jogja. Just to give you a hint, especially for those who are not familiar with the context of the city, but for those of you who are familiar with some other contexts also need to be clarified. All these three cities actually in my research, it's not a comparative per se. One to another is actually enhance the topic and also enhance the way I would my argument. But they also actually have a relation one to another because even though of course every city has their own historical context, political, social, and even in the contemporary situation, they also have their own issue, demographic problem, but they actually have the red thread is actually the way they use creativity in their urban revitalization. Georgetown, especially after they gained the UNESCO World Heritage Site along with Malacca in 2008, they really embraced their positioning in the global context, not only within Malaysia, but also in global context as a cultural heritage spot. But looking at from the point of view and the protocol of UNESCO heritage site, it as you can imagine, they have of course plenty of restriction and everything. At the same time, gaining a global recognition, they need to embrace more investment, more people to come, more attention. So they embrace the use of creativity. And I think I've seen it of the slide of Dr. Zaibon before, one of the street artwork, especially the work by an Lithuanian artist, Ernest Zaki, also from this city, Georgetown. That's actually part of the way the urban official, together with all the urban planner, work together how to invite artists, visual artists, and everything to maintain the global attention toward their own city. So they use the variety of strategy, including a city festival, as well as the use of street art as part of the project. Of course, in the following years, after they gain this global recognition, it become really beyond what they can imagine, because then individual initiative, private initiative also embrace similarities because they see, oh, there is a potential to attract people. Attracting people mean attracting business. Attracting business mean attracting profit. So then the commission street art is not only the only approach, plenty of other initiative, but sometimes it's also following the condition of the for example, the stone of the wall, which is part of the heritage. Others really just don't really pay attention on that. Other is actually like the commission street art, including the series by Ernest Zaki, really focus on the local stories, but other initiatives basically just scattered visuality and they don't have any related theme and so on. So it create another question mark. In the national context, part of the Dasar Industri Kreatif Negara, which is the National Creative Industry Policy, they also part of this because one of the key point in this policy is also about heritage. So the city, the official narrative, I mean, not just the government, but also the business player and everything, they really embrace this by showing their creativity. But at some point, they forget what's actually the aim of everything. It's going back to the cities for profit rather than cities for people. Let's move on to the other city to give you a little bit context again. This one is from Bandung, the capital city of West Java. It used to be in the colonial times similar to Georgetown. It's also part of a hub of the colonial past. But in the modern Indonesia, it become like a sub-cities for the capital, because it is the major city that is located the closest to the Jakarta. But then it's also a military hub because of this strategic position. But then, modern time, it's also a student city where young, energetic group of people keep coming into the city and keep creating an ideas. Uh, and then from that kind of creative idea, they also boost the economy because they need to support each other by the way of this DIY or do it yourself kind of a work. And then in the 1990s, it has become a kind of a new label that Bandung is also city of design. And eventually, when the then mayor Bandung, Ridwan Kamil, all together with other group of in the city, they formally applied to the UNESCO Creative Cities Network. And in 2015 December, all together, along with 245 other cities from around the globe, they become part of this network. Similar with Georgetown, they also gain global recognition, and they need to maintain that label. In the national context, during that time, it's also part of when the term creative economy enter the policy realm formally. And then it also become a formal institutionalization and also budgeting and everything from the national level. So basically, the city is actually already heading to the similarity with the national realm in this term of creative economy. But the city after 2015 is mostly the idea of the material city rather than the truly imagined and the truly lived city, because then the idea is also how to create the built environment that actually looks good and attract attention here, not just physical attention, digital attention, but also economical and financial attention, of course. And in other context is also political attention, because there are out between the power relation among each other in this context. Not in a global sense, but it's also quite extensively. It also happened in other cities like Yogyakarta, even though they have a different context, cultural and political, with Bandung. The idea it's also similar. They embrace, especially by mention they. What I mean is actually the official narrative. Whether it's the provincial government or the district government, they use this kind of a symbolization using the visual to what I call as aestheticizing urban spaces. By aestheticizing, it's the idea when urban space it's become a new not only physical contestation but also social and political contestation. Oh, they realize that the space can be used for any kind of ideas, including building the main narrative of becoming creative city, which is good in the sense that it used to be neglected space. Maybe it used to be neglected public park, but then suddenly it's being revitalized, especially with the use of creative visual. But to me, there are problem after years because then what happened next? It's the question mark. The aestheticizing it fully stopped in that sense, and especially serving what I call as the tourist gaze only. Tourist gaze is the concept that is introduced by a sociologist, John Urey, who focused on the interrelation between tourism and mobility. And when tourism is become, well, in tourism studies as well as in tourism industry, we realize that tourism is actually to boost the economy. That's the main point. We have to accept that. It's not about the culture. It's always about to boost the economy, which is fine, especially when the economy of the city especially is always rely on the service rather than on the manufacturer, especially in nowadays with the digital media and everything. But the idea using an aestheticizing urban space only without listening to, without acknowledge, without inviting the participation from the people, that's quite problematic, because then the idea is only building the city from the point of view of people who will be the tourists, so-called tourists. Tourists here is not merely tourists itself. John already didn't hate tourists, but he criticized the idea that tourists also become community, and then city and the spaces, urban spaces, become the new commodity. They forget the idea of what the cities are for. From my own study in these three cities, it leads me to see all this aestheticizing urban space serving the tourist gaze from three main themes. There are cultural memory on display, and then from the second theme is actually the practices of superficial visuality. That's what I call. And then the third is actually there are fact about spatial struggle in the city. Just to give you a hint and an example of what this means, actually, for example, from the theme, the first theme that I found, cultural memory on display. From the documentation series, one way of articulating a creative city is through the juxtaposition of many layers of historical record, time, various design in building construction, and the use of typography and also linguistic metaphor, including, for example, the recalling the term Paris van Java, the Dutch term for the Paris of Java, as one of the city's nickname. It's selected a remembering, I would say, as a term that was introduced firstly by European settlers, especially the Dutch in this particular city of Bandung, during the colonial period, of course, which the exoticism of the other, using the discourse and knowledge structure at the time that were framed, materialized, and institutionalized by and with the European colonial power without the view and perception of a place inhabitant in the colonized land. Recall the memory, to me, it's quite problematic because, you know, the idea, especially from the post-colonial side, you need to construct meaning of everything. We need to re-question our own knowledge, because that kind of knowledge is actually structured through the colonial period. It's not necessarily that they don't have any contribution, but at least we cannot take that for granted. But in this particular campaign of creativity, this type of remembering or the use of cultural memory on display using an aestheticizing urban space, to me, it creates another layer of problematic idea, because it's actually institutionalized the very structure that it's been part of our colonial legacy. But it's in our current contemporary time, which is weird. Including, for example, this term Bumi Pasundan lahir ketika the land of Pasundan, or the former name of Greater Bandung, before and during the colonial period, was created when God was smiling. End of quote. It's actually a quote from the Dutch columnist that famous also in the 1970s in this city. But the idea to borrow the quote from a particular, again, a colonial legacy of this colonial past to glorify the very meaning of the city is again quite problematic. Why they use this kind of view rather than listening to the current creative in the city, for example. That's the more ethical and political aspect. On the other hand, on the more creative aspect, does it really visual? Maybe indeed, but any kind of visuals, including visual image, is always communicate our relation. And I think to negotiate that relation, it's important also to include the variety of voices in the city as to maintain the main narrative that is real part of our own structure that we need to criticize further. This kind of cultural memory on display also take place in Georgetown, Penang. For example, arriving at the Penang International Airport, my eyes, I will quote my ethnographic vignette, my eyes cannot ignore the obvious long row of panels in one corridor of its terminal. These panels are juxtaposed with one to another on the wall neatly, creating a sense of linear storytelling. Each panel consists of a combination of old black and white photographs and typography in the form of horizontal banner with repeated words such as old, history, and heritage. It's clear that from the first panel located close to the arrival terminal main door that all these panels belong to one thematic campaign. Since there is no commerce whatsoever in the panel and under the titling of, I quote, Penang History, Any traveler or passerby can perceive this series of panels as a materialization of what Asolor bin Kusno described as registering public memory. Registering public memory is a common strategy used by local authority or national authority even to show this is our so-called history. But the idea that history is supposed to be comprised of not just one narrative, but include different voices, which that one is actually missing from this remembrance. So I think looking at representation of this kind of in this creative city, it reminds me of the urban revitalization approach that use the strategy of tourist gaze. It is quite nice, of course. It is a sterile situation. It's clear, the cleanliness, the structure, and of course, it's entertaining. That's the ideal, actually, by demonstration of what is actually the term tourist gaze mean. It's interesting for the outsider or the people who see it, but forgetting the element of the tension, forgetting the element of the way the city was built is actually problematic to me and also to many people in the city. So this kind of theme also led me to the second theme that I call superficial visuality. As we know from many other studies, visuality is not always just about the visual image per se. Visuality is always about communicating power, the way people can see things, the way people choose things, the way people actually can hide things. But to me, this kind of the use of creative visual in this creative city is actually forget to see the power of it, focusing more on the superficial level, the use of colorful object, of the use of different typography, and it looks like nice of the whether it's a commissioned street art or is actually uncommissioned or unsanctioned street art, but it's actually from the top down approach. Yes, it looks again nice from the point of view of tourist case, but what next? What exactly the point? What is actually the aim to the people who live there? So apart from a few projects also include participatory approach, which is already great enough, but then overall the main pattern is actually superficial top-down situation. Like, for example, Southeast Asian creative city have become a product itself, particularly in terms of their visual appearance. We come here to see product rather than to experience cities. And then any corporate latest initiative to present and project an idealization of livable city through creative expression in the cities lead actually to another signification of meaning. The aestheticizing approach to urban space, I argue, can lead to an unequal accumulation of capital and consumption. Instead of empowering the city dweller or supporting the communities and collective-based initiative, this type of practices make the imaginary of a modern and progressive city a superficial visuality without addressing the very real social issues or problem in the city. This particular community or pemukiman Kalijodo since 1970s have been many times become like the subject of study, the subject of improvement, the subject of participatory project by different groups, different scholars, including different cleric and everything. And it always have a pro and cons, and but many times they always get quite a positive impact on it. In recent years, the similar aspect of the tourist case, especially this time, it's coming from more private initiative, and in this particular time, an example is actually a company. It's become problematic for me because the idea of empowering the people who live in the city is actually less important rather than to provide a colorful, good-looking neighborhood from the point of view of people outside of living in this neighborhood. So I think the second theme is actually leading to the third theme to me, that when I find, well, okay, the main narrative is being built by either by the state or by the private initiative. But actually, in many corner of the city, many groups of people, the city dweller mainly, or as well as the passerby somehow, is actually show a spatial struggle. Spatial struggle is actually the articulation of the city itself that has always been a contested space of many social process and conflict. This also happened in these three cities, Bandung, Georgetown, and Jogja, where aestheticizing can signify spatial struggle led by social actors outside of the commercial agency within the city, whether it takes form in commissioned public art, unsanctioned street art, visual tourism, or simply everyday tactic of dwelling in the city, whether they are street vendor, whether they are working on the street, whether they are actually just simply passing by the street. So I use this spatial juxtaposition as part of my strategy to show that apart from all this, the first two themes that are actually quite problematic, there are also various voices that need to be listened to be paid attention to, including the use of variety of spatial structure, because they are juxtaposed of cultural practice. It's not only a single main narrative, not only the way the urban planner imagine, but also the way people live. Like this one in Georgetown, there are plenty of different social reality, of subtle tension, of diverse voice. For example, yes, indeed, after the UNESCO World Heritage Site, global tourism in massive influx bring at least twofold issues to the city dweller. First, it is considered as an opportunity, as seen in the open street every night, like in the previous slide. But second, it is also perceived as a threat to particular living communities or considered a peril to the special condition of specific group, like in the middle of this, the clan jetties, for example. They use to be a working Chinese quarter and known by their quieter style and slower pace of living than other inner city dweller. But with the coming of global tourism, their way of life is also quite challenged, and they need to maintain their identity, their cultural identity, like putting this everyday tactic with these three language, the use of language like Malay, Chinese, English toward the tourists or people who coming from outside. They don't really get the point of living in this jetty clan. Is actually the idea of every tactic to show their spatial struggle. That's I put position in that. And also, even though, for example, like in other city in Bandung, there are street that is actually famous by the clothing company or do-it-yourself brand and everything. It's being promoted by the city official as well as even by the national creative economy strategy. But they forget that all these each brand is actually struggling to keep their business, because they most of them, especially the small one, they don't own the property. It's actually owned by the landlord. And nowadays, with the increase of attention, the rent price is actually increased. So it's without any support in terms of the business. Actually, they are struggling. On the other hand, also on the similar street, they are struggling of people on their everyday activities. They have to be part of this discourse of creative city. Actually, they are struggling just to maintain their identity, like in the Georgetown case, as well as to maintain everyday livelihood, even though the place they do the business, the environment, everything, it's actually under the heading of discursive element of creative city. What I want to stress out from this point is actually to raise an awareness about that the city is always composed of cultural practice, never ever single main narrative. So we have to acknowledge different social reality, and we have to also listen. The tension is very, very subtle. And by acknowledging diverse points in the city, in my particular focus is also about the voices of the local artists that maybe they are not being recognized. It's not a sanctioned street art, but actually the voice are important to maintain and the people, not simply for the profit. So I think I would well, it's not a conclusion, it's actually an invitation to all of you to discuss further that even not ignore, we cannot just simply say no, because creativity nowadays already become like a global discourse, global formula, even a global tendency, like Jim McGuigan already called capitalism, for example. But the idea that, to me, creative city is becoming creative city bandwagon. It's simply become a trend. So if we embrace that, we as a city dweller, we as a city official, we as an urban planner, we as a creative, for example, without listening to the various diverse voice of the people, without acknowledging the creative in the local context, that would be problematic. So I think the problematic idea, it's not the notion of creative city itself, but the way it is perceived, the way it is has a tendency to create a single main narrative. So we need to focus more. Let's say if we want to take part in the becoming creative city in our own city, we need to embrace that it's fine, it's not solid main narrative. It's fine if we create variety of narrative in the city. It's fine if we ignore the tension. Sorry, if it's fine if we don't ignore tension. It's fine if we include tension in our own way. It's fine to create a dialogue and everything. And it's tiring. That's the way urban life and urban living. Yes, but at least that's the idea, the very true creativity as our adaptive strategy to live not only in our own environment, in our own network, in our own city, but in our human civilization. So I think from there, I just want to recognize and also remind all of us that everyday creativity is actually a process. And according to David Conrad, it's also a process to create a feeling of joy. In my study, I also recognize the way the process is actually empower the people. This is a group of the creative collective working in the city. So listening to them, how they're, how actually the process take part, and also the challenge and part of their special struggle, it's also actually important. It's not less important than creating creative visual in urban space itself. Aestheticizing urban space is, yes, it could be a strategy, but it's not the only one. If we really pay attention that the city is also cities for people, so we have to include the voice of the people who actually already part of the creative or working with creativity in the city, whether it's a part of their livelihood or whether it's simply their identity of an articulated practice to just simply feel as a human being living creatively in everyday life. So I think that would be all from my side, is actually attracting awareness and issue from all of you. If you are interested to see further elaboration from my work, simply scan this QR code. You can visit the link and you can see more further elaboration from my previous work. But beyond that, let's have a dialogue and discussion if you have any question or comment. Let's get back to you, Ms. Nadia. I will stop sharing the screen. Thank you very much.
Dr. Zaki, what a lovely presentation.
I just
Thank you
simply
very
call me
much.
Zaki.
Okay.
Just call me Zaki. No
Well,
worries.
it is interesting to know that how triadic dimension of city concept, like you said before, material, imagined space, lived space applied to see some creative visual of some creative cities, yeah, Georgetown, Bandung, and Yogyakarta. And based on my own experience, it is very interesting indeed to see that how creative hub in Bandung, for example, become an important place for a citizen to have like a connection to another citizen or to the city itself. And I remember that there are so many park, yeah, in Bandung compared to maybe other big city in Indonesia. So thank you once again.
My
And
pleasure.
next session will be question and answer session. And I see that so many audiences participated in this discussion. Thank you. And for you that want to join the discussion, please do so. You can still give your comments or question by post it on YouTube or Facebook Live comments box. And I would like to invite Dr. Syamsul too to join the question and answer session. So the first question is coming from Mr. Herman Felani. Dr. Syamsul, which one do you think is more sustainable? A state-sponsored government policy on culture development and preservation, or a bottom-up community movement? Or should it work together? Interesting question. Please, Dr. Syamsul.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Herman, for the questions. Right. The community, the community itself, actually they are the main actors. The main actors in making sure our culture is sustainable. Okay, because they are the person who doing or implementing the culture and norms in their daily life. We also, as a parent, also educate our children how to do this and to do that, not to do this and that related to our culture, right? Okay. But however, we also need the formal guide. We need the formal guide, formal instruction from the government or from the state government, from the rulers, so that to introduce, to give a guideline about our culture. And then this implementation or also the guide should be also at the level of educational sector, especially to the youngsters, to the children at schools. So to answer the question, the government and also the community should work together, right? Including other parties, such as the non-government agencies, the industry players itself in this area of creative media. Okay.
Sorry, still mute. Okay, thank you, Dr. Syamsul, for the answer. I'll move to the next question coming from Yudi Winarto. Again to Dr. Syamsul, Bahrin. What is the impact of this government policy to the creative industry workers in Malaysia, both local and foreign creative workers?
Okay, impact. If you want to see the direct impact to the creative industry workers in Malaysia, especially, firstly, we can see that the workers actually they will have the clear direction, the clear direction how to design, how to create content, how to publish their works, how to make things related to creative media, so that it will in line with the policy, And then secondly, if we see at the international market, maybe at international level, award ceremony and similar events at international level, the people out there actually at in the world, they are really love to see our culture, right? That's why many awards received by the creator that highlights their contents on local culture, for example, from India, Japan, and Korea. Actually, at the end, they receive the awards, right? Okay. So at the end, the workers in this creative industry will have the opportunity generate their incomes not only at local and also at international level. So that's the direct impact related to the policy of the cultural policy or the creative policies to the workers. Okay, right?
Okay, so is there any maybe certain rules for the foreign creative workers? Like we know that so many Indonesian artists and singer that like have expand their career in Malaysia too. Is there any like maybe certain rules that may be different from the local creative workers?
We actually open to any kind of creative works, creative products, or from outsiders. Um, the main thing that they have to follow the rules, especially related to religions aspects, related to Islam. So they not cross the border, right? So that these workers, so they are actually invited to join to boost up our economy. So not only in Malaysia or Indonesia, or maybe in this region, right? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Syamsul. Next question. Oh, this is for Mr. Zaki. Thank you for your explanation, Mr. Zaki. This question coming from Kick Cures. I would like to ask about the visual culture. How about your opinion? In Yogyakarta city, we have some murals, and many people relate the mural with vandalism.
Right.
What do you think about it?
Mural and vandalism, which is very related, and but we have to move one or two steps back before that, because vandalism is the concept and the word is actually historically is actually said by the authority, including the city authorities. The idea of vandalism is actually never in the mind of the creative. That's the general understanding. But then in the follow-up situation, when the city, especially in the context of my talk, creative city is actually a place that is actually need to be uh, clearly designed, no other voice, it has to be strictly like this. Vandalism and mural become one to another as kind of an, for me, from looking from the cultural studies perspective, it's more about showing attention and relation of power relation, because the idea of especially mural is part of street art. Street art can be in many form. Street art are somehow different with graffiti, that two different things. In this context, murals, whether it is sanctioned or commissioned mural as well as unsanctioned mural, to me it has to be part of whether it's a personal, whether it's a collective expression. The problem is always because mural has to take place in the material world called the wall. Then the wall belong to particular parties, whether it is the state, whether it is a private. I think as long as the process behind it, between the materiality of the wall, people behind the wall, as well as the creative itself or the artist, that's supposed to be fine. Then where should the authority put themselves? And I think ideally there should be facilitator that provide a variety of expression, whether expression of the choosing of the wall as well as the visuality of the expression, which is it's not an easy process. I noticed that in a few cities, but also I noticed in many other cities, including in our own region, that usually the authorities prefer to make everything it's controllable. I remember in I think in mid of this year, I supervised a master student, and his study is actually about the contestation of the use of a small wall in Xinjiang in China, and how it's actually become a space for protest. But it's not always a political protest, because then in that situation, of course, with the Chinese national policy, you everything is controlled, including the way people put something on the wall. But after the occurrence of particular situation at the time, then people who pass by use the wall to just write it down. It's a simple graffiti, and sometimes that. And then the following week, the government will clean up, paint the white, and then the next week, or even just the next day, as my former student said, that will be come up again and again. So I think that's an interesting process, because then it's simply a material aspect of wall and suddenly become political. To me, if as long as the process can create a more dialogue, not using the violence, not using as simply just regulation to stop people, I think vandalism is always a debatable term from who actually we see this. For example, if we see from the global aspect, like the Banksy phenomenon, was a British street artist. He intentionally create a concept of vandalism, is actually to question who actually control the wall, who actually control the expression, who actually control the way people can create something. I think that's a very extreme example, and it is actually in the context of a very quite a democratic space like in the UK. But then, if we bring back that to our own region, in our own city, with the variety of culture and everything, sometimes the local authority, including the city official, forget that actually between the material and the visual is actually belong to a variety of people voices, and we need to feel okay with that. And mural itself, it's not a permanent type of an artwork. Historically and also conceptually, it has to create an invitation for other artists to create other thing on top of that work. So it has to be become a very dynamic space. Why don't they just paint in the canvas and then put in the gallery? Why we choose wall? Because wall has this kind of character of the dialogue and an open space. And I think to answer this question, I think I already go beyond that. I think before we create claim, this is a vandalism, this is not, this is fine. It's not always about one single point of view from the authority. We need to see more complexity. And I think different city have different characters. And I can happily to share many other example from other city if we have other question that follow up from there. Thank you.
Yeah, interesting, because recently some people in Indonesia try to imitate the Banksy famous street art by making a mural too that try to critique the government and end up with they arrested by the police in
Yeah.
Indonesia, and the news
I
is
think that's
become very
the very
viral at
exact
that time.
example of what I said as spatial struggle. It's still a struggle, not just simply a struggle of to win the wall, but also to show the ideas, critical views, and even the use of visual. And it's still our homework, I think, in
Yes,
in
right.
Indonesia, in Malaysia, and I would rather not to say in Singapore, because they have their own. It's very strict. I think Dr. Zaibon also agree with me.
Rules, yeah, okay.
It's quite different situation there.
Okay. Okay,
Oh,
move to
there's
the
another
next question
question.
from, yeah, Ruzinur Chemat. Yeah,
Mhm.
Dr. Zaki, how can the creative cities adapt the new technology like projection mapping in improving and promoting their cities?
The simple answer is yes, as long as there is a will. And I have seen from other city. I'll give you as an example. Maybe it's from outside of our region. I remember I experienced myself joining this event in Lisbon, when the Lisbon, of course, similar with Georgetown in a bigger scale, they have a various World Heritage site, including the ruin, part of the ruin due to the earthquake that they ever experienced in the 18th century or something. Then in the current time, the ruin remained the same, and then it's part of the heritage building or something. But then at the time, there were an initiative actually it's a combination between the local community of the ruin. The ruin itself is actually located in the neighborhood, and it's a very packed neighborhood. And the neighborhood, of course, now become quite a touristy, but touristy in terms of culinary and everything. So the local community then work together with the creative private initiative, who also use the technology of video mapping and multimedia projection. It's combined between the visual animation, music, as well as the laser show. And then it's become a show itself. Yes, it is a show attracting people, but the content of the show, what I experienced at the time, it's quite an hour and a half, I think. And then it's not simply just creating a sense of immersive artwork where we as a visitor can experience that, but it also goes beyond that, because the chosen of the visual, the chosen of the music, and the chosen of the narrative is actually giving quite an extensive information emotionally engaged to us. And it's all about the struggling of the people after the earthquake. So it's what a history, it's about experience, and we experience that in the very space of the ruin. So we don't simply watch that. So I think when Ruzino Chekma asked about it, I think that's the important thing. Adapting the new technology is basically simple. It's about willingness and financial capital. But then what is more important is actually the willingness to actually listen to variety of stories. And these stories coming from a different angle. It's not necessarily just the locals, but maybe history, maybe a thing. From my example, what I experienced in the corner of Lisbon is actually how it's still an entertainment. I think I would say it's still a historical presentation, but then it goes beyond between the informational as well as the immersive experience. And to me, as a visitor of the city, I can experience not just the information, but also the feeling of the people. And I think that the very intention of this promoting the city. And now, years after that, I can recall that memory. And I think that is actually a successful story from the initiator in that city. And I believe in our own city here in the region, there are plenty of other initiative in whether in the smaller scale or any bigger scale. But yes, it requires a willingness from different parties. So the private initiative, they need not to see simply how much profit they can earn. And then from the local authority, they don't just simply how much taxes they can get. And from the creative, it's not about how artistic their work are. It has to be this kind of the stories of the, yeah, in the context of the place or locals or anything. Yes. I'm while listening to Dr. Zaibon respond and you, Miss Nadia, I also try to see the few questions as well in the our YouTube channel. Hope we have
Yes,
time to
well,
address
actually,
that.
maybe we still have time for the last question. Yeah, from Miss Ida. This is to Dr. Syamsul and Dr. Zaki. How do you think about some people say that the regulation is somehow obstruct the creativity? Oh, interesting. How do you think on see it based on your research and experience? Maybe Dr. Syamsul first.
Yes, go first.
Okay, right. Yes, sometimes it happens, right? Sometimes it happens. We actually, as the creator of the product, sometimes become stressful because of our product cannot be published to the public because of the certain regulation. Okay. When we talk about creativity, it's actually we have a unique idea, we have the unique skills that we interpret in our creative media or creative products. And we think that we have that kind of a creativity that it will make different from others, or and this is what we call a think out of the box. So we as the content creator actually still can display our creativity in our works, in our publication, but actually we still have to follow the rules. as I mentioned earlier, the regulation actually not to restrict our creativity, but to make sure our content do not overstepping the limit, especially related to our religion, our culture, and this it is good actually. It is good. So, for example, in Malaysia, all citizens need to know that Islam is the official religion, and other citizens also need to also respect to our religion and also to other religions. So if we are creating our content, please actually make sure that we follow the rules, even though we can also create our high level of creativity, right? So that's my response to the question.
Yes, please, Dr.
Yes,
Zaki.
I think I somehow also agree with Dr. Zaibon that I just want to add a tiny part that to this question. It depends actually, because it
Yeah.
depends on what kind of regulation. Because, for example, I remember when I was following the establishment of the BECRAF, Badan Ekonomi Kreatif in Indonesia. At the time, the institutionalization of this BECRAF institution is actually requested by the creative in the country since 2014. Why? Because the idea of creative economy, creative industry, is being talked about by all politicians, including the president at the time, SPY, but never really any regulation that protect them or at least create a possibility for them to access the national budget. That's the intention of that. In that sense, at the time, in that particular period between 2014 until 2019, the national regulation, is actually address what the creative in the country need, and that's actually make how many actually time 7 or 14 aspect of creativity. I forgot in detail, but from architecture, design, music, film, animation, digital art, digital media, culinary, and something. So it's actually a regulation that acknowledge and put the creative into the national political realm, which is good. But the next question is, what other regulation that follow next? Then we need, as a scholars, as a citizen, we need to pay attention on that, because sometimes once the general regulation come up and it's actually acknowledge the creative, and then the follow-up regulation is actually to control in terms of to limit the work, to limit the movement of the people, the ideas, and everything. That exactly the problematic one. uh, Giving another example that is actually on a smaller scale, not in the national level. For example, the regulation in cities, so it's more local and in the district level. I also noticed and witnessed the regulation in the so-called becoming heritage city in many cities in Indonesia, in Java particularly. They try to follow up what happened in Malacca and what happened in Georgetown, and they want to simply follow that, but they forget their own identity. So they create regulation that actually limit the creative, limit the way they can actually show their potential. So I think this question is actually important, and thank you for this question, because it's actually raised a question. It's not the regulation per se that actually problematic, but the way it is designed and the way it is become a policy. And then regulation, it's not something that is supposed to be fixed in terms time and space. It needs to be revisited, because like the previous question, the challenge on technology have changed, the challenge of issue, and also the challenge of network. It used to be national based regulation, but maybe nowadays in terms of creativity we need more regional regulation, right, rather than more national to nation itself. I think that also resonate to what we have talked today since early morning. And also I want to relate this to one other question, and it's also come up in the YouTube channel from Yandi Rianto when he asked about comparative issue on creative visual in Sweden. Basically, I have to Yandi in specific, I can address this. It's also related to the regulation and how it's actually right. I have written an article. It's a popular article in the Jakarta Post. Simply please Googling it. I'm sorry I cannot reply one by one of you in YouTube channel because I have to be in the StreamYard. But you just simply Googling it. The Jakarta Post wrote an article entitled "A Weaver of Creativity in Southern Swedish Cities." A weaver of creativity in southern Swedish cities. So from there you can see that it's also related to the regulation. Well, different places, different region have different context and historical, of course, but we can learn one to another from these comparative comparisons that regulation is actually also, it depends. In that context, in Scandinavian context, regulation will not plenty actually. Regulation is just regulation to protect the public interest, full stop. The public interest of using the space, the public interest of being safe in a permit, but the rest of it is actually the creativity. So I think that also address other question, and hopefully it's also relate to the previous question. And feel free to check other our previous publication and work, so you can also get the idea more thoroughly from that.
Well, what a lovely discussion. Thank you so much. I think it is the end of our session. Again, thank you for our panelists. Thank you, Dr. Syamsul and Dr. Zaki Habibi. What a
Thank you.
lovely
It's really nice to meet you
material
all.
and
Yes.
question and answer session. Thank you. And of course, for you, the audience, thank you so much for your kind attention and
Absolutely.
participation. Yeah, quote a phrase from Dr. Zaki's slide. Yeah, hope this webinar, understanding of creative regulation and creative city, brings you feeling of joy today. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Back
warahmatullahi
to
wabarakatuh.
MC.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, the team as well, and
Now
all the
then,
participants.
Thank you.
Now then, we would like to thank Ms. Nadia for guiding our second session greatly, and also thank you to our speakers.
Okay, now we're going to listen the closing remarks by the Dean of SCIMPA, Universiti Utara, Malaysia. The time and screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam creative
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
and good afternoon. So we have come to the end of the webinar, and it is a great pleasure for me to be here today for the closing ceremony of the first international webinar jointly organized by UEE and UUM 2021. I hope you have enjoyed our informative segments earlier on cultivating values with creative media. I realized that some of you have virtually traveled thousands of miles to be here, and I want to thank you for your commitment to our common cause during entire webinar. My highest appreciation goes to SCIMPA and Institute of Creative Industry Management and Sustainable Culture, or ICIMSC, Universiti Utara, Malaysia. I would also like to extend my special gratitude to our colleague in the Department of Communication, Universitas Islam Indonesia, as the co-organizer of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, the aim of this webinar is to give exposure to our students in UUM and UEE on cultivating values through context, audience, and policies for both countries in developing creative content. I truly believe that students need to be exposed to the management and also technical skills of communicating creative content so that they can prepare themselves for the future and specifically for the job market. After a year of pandemic-induced lockdowns, there could not be a better time to appreciate the creative economy. As the coronavirus pandemic closed many traditional areas of life, many people took up a craft, watched dramas, TV sitcoms and films, connected to digital concerts, or shopped online for the latest fashion. Over the longer term, the creative economy is likely to be a key driver of economic growth as governments around the world look to rebuild their economies in the wake of the downturn associated with COVID-19. The creative economy is an ecosystem that comprises a wide range of jobs through individual creativity. So, this is a crucial time to prepare our future creative professionals, which are our students, to be key contributors to the 21st century industries and workplaces. Finally, I thank you for being part of this webinar, and we hope that this event can spark our interest as well as your creative ideas and benefit the growing global creative economy. I wish that for the next upcoming events, our friends from UEE will be able to travel to our green campus, Utara, Malaysia, in the north of Malaysia. On behalf of the organizers, we apologize for any shortcomings during this international webinar. With Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, it is my pleasure to officially launch the closing ceremony. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Hisham. The next agenda is the handover of digital certificates and certificates for the speakers and virtual token of appreciation by the Dean of SCIMPA University Utara, Malaysia, and Dr. Herman Velani as teacher committee.
Hello, Dr. Herman.
Hello, Dr. Hisham. Good to see you. Nice color.
Yeah. Sorry?
So, yes, Dr. Hisham. So, firstly, we would like to give you these two merchandise. The first one is wooden radio. It's not working, but it is a symbol that we always need to spread the good message, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. Thank you so much.
And then the second one is a wooden camera. Again, you cannot use it to take photo or selfie, doctor. But this is a symbol of creativity, the spirit of our school, SCIMPA, and also communication department, that we always use the creativity to cultivate the values that we have. So we would like to give these two souvenirs to you. We cannot give it directly now, but we'll see you very soon, either in Kedah, in Malaysia, or in Jogja. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. And please
thank you so
accept
much.
our warmest regards to everyone in UUM.
Thank you so much. But before that, on behalf of SCIMPA, I would like to also give this frame. This frame is actually
very beautiful.
Yeah, we are actually using the motif of Sintok Batik, our own IP or intellectual property. So I would like to pass this to UEE.
Thank you, Dr. Hisham.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hisham, and sampai jumpa, and thank you to everyone.
Thank you so much.
Back to the MC. Thank you, Dr. Hisham.
Okay. Sadly, now we are reaching in the end of this eventful webinar. I would like to say thank you to the Deans of Universiti Utara Malaysia and the Vice Dean of Universitas Islam Indonesia, the speakers, lecturers, committee of the webinar, and lastly to all the distinguished participants for being a part of our successful event today. We hope that all of you are able to get a lot of insight regarding the creative media, especially about its values. Other than that, we would like to apologize if there was a word error or faults that occurred during this webinar. Lastly, once again, thank you for your kind attention and participation today. I am Jemima.
I'm Akbar. Have a nice day.
See you on the next webinar.
Wassalamualaikum
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.